A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
This old-time radio program was originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity. We hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to this, one of the all-time favorite shows.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted. Yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, this is Don Wilson. There's no doubt about it. If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to taste better. Naturally, Lucky's better taste begins just where you'd expect it to begin, with fine tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then that tobacco is toasted. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process tones up Lucky's naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time, get better taste. Get Lucky Strike.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to yesterday, a half hour before rehearsal. Jack has dropped in at the corner drugstore, and at the moment we find him sitting at the counter reading a newspaper.
Here's an interesting item. According to a national survey, in 20 years, California will be the number one state. Los Angeles will be the number one city. This anticipation of industrial growth has made the city of Los Angeles very smug. The way they spell smug, S-M-O-G. No, they did spell it S-M-U-G. I wonder what makes my eyes water like that. Anyway, I think it's wonderful that...
Do you want to order now?
Huh?
You've been sitting on that stool for 10 minutes.
Well, I'm waiting for someone.
Well, don't wrinkle up that newspaper or we'll never be able to sell it.
I won't. I wonder how... Here's an article that's hard to believe. A famous scientist claims that it won't be long before people will be living on the moon. Hey, that gives me an idea for a joke for my radio program. If people live on the moon, prices will be sky high. Hey, that's a good joke. I better write it down. Say, miss, do you have a pencil?
I heard it. Don't bother.
I didn't ask for an opinion. I've been a big radio star for 20 years. And when it comes to jokes, I know what I'm doing.
Look, I've got other customers. Do you want to order now?
I told you I'm waiting for someone.
If you're trying to make me jealous, forget it.
I'm not trying to make you jealous. And anyway, a fine waitress you are. I've been sitting here for 15 minutes. You didn't even bring me a glass of water.
Okay.
I think she's smart. I didn't like her when she was a brunette. I don't know why. She always has to pick on me.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Bob. Hey, Bob Crosby. I've been waiting for you. Sit down.
Well, thank you.
Do you want to order now?
Oh, yeah. Now, look, miss. I'll have a club sandwich. And here's the way I want it made. I want it on white bread, slightly toasted. I want the bacon and tomato in the lower half, and the chicken and the lettuce in the upper half. Trim the crust, cut it in 3 parts, and put a slice of pickle on the top.
Okay. 1 club sandwich for an architect.
What about you, Bob?
Well, Jack, I don't know. I'm not too hungry right now, but, well, then again, miss.
Yeah?
Is it all right if I take something out?
Are you kidding? I'll go get my hat and coat.
He didn't mean that. Look, Bob, while you're deciding on what you want, I'm going over to the drug counter to get some razor blades.
Okay, Jack. And let me see. Maybe I should eat something here, then I wouldn't be so hungry.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Well, Mary, sit down.
I thought Jack was here.
Oh, he is. He went over to the drug counter to buy some razor blades. What are you laughing at, Mary?
Jack is the only man I know who has a single-edge razor and buys double-edge blades.
What does he do that for?
He cuts them in half.
Boy, what a guy, huh? I heard that Jack is the only man in the world who gets his dental floss retreaded.
Jack does have his peculiarities, but he is sweet, and he tries so hard. I'll never forget the first time I went out with him. When he called for me, I opened the door, and there he stood with the biggest orchid I ever saw.
An orchid, huh?
It was so beautiful, I made him buy me one, too. Don't tell him I told you.
Mary, Bob, where's Jack?
Oh, hello, Don.
Hi, Donzie.
Where's Jack? The Sportsman Quartet and I are looking for him.
Oh, he's here. He just stepped over there to buy some razor blades.
Oh, here he comes now.
Well, everybody's here.
Jack, the Sportsman and I have been waiting for you at the studio. You knew they had a recording date.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Don, I know they're in a hurry, so let's go back to the studio, and I'll hear the commercial before they go.
But, Jack, they haven't got the time. They haven't eaten yet, and they're hungry.
What do you have, boys?
But, Don, I've got to hear the commercial.
Boys, I haven't got all day.
Okay, fellas, let Jack hear the commercial.
Don, not in here, a drugstore.
Fellas, what do you have?
Oh,
Babino, Baba, Bo, Boca Piccolino, winner, you give to me, and I'm a kid to you. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-loo.
Boys, what do you have?
Watch me, my baby, Baba, Bo, just to be a baby, you for you, sweet to me, and I'm a sweet to you. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-loo.
Look, fellas!
He would like to read the guys that wrote this silly song. Wonder if they realize what you like, but don't forget to end with what you try. Hey, Lucky's like to take a rent for me. It has a better taste too.
Hey, fellas, what do you want?
Pop a monkey and we know you'll say, hey.
Yeah, I hated to sneak out like that and leave Bob and Mary in the drugstore, but when that dame started screaming, it was embarrassing. Well, I might as well go in the studio and rehearse.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Harry. Any fan mail?
Yes, Mr. Benny, you got 8,000 letters.
Harry, I'm alone.
Nothing.
Botch me and botch you. Botch me and botch you.
Yeah, and that isn't all I'm mad about. I got plenty to say to you.
There's Dennis talking in that phone booth.
Yeah, plenty. I've taken all the guff out of you I'm going to take.
Hey, that kid's really mad.
Oh, no. You listen to me. I've listened to you long enough. As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing but a low, underhanded, double-dealing conniver.
Wow.
Oh, I know you put it over on me, but I'm going to see to it you don't take advantage of anybody else. You heard me. Shut up!
Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Excuse me a minute. Operator, Mr. Benny's standing right here. You must have given me the wrong number.
Dennis, hang up that receiver and come out of that booth.
Yes, sir.
Dennis, anytime you have something to say to me, I want you to say it to my face, not on the phone. And anyway, I don't know what you're complaining about. I've treated you well. I've looked out for your interests. I've guided you. I've helped you. I've given you advice. Oh, I've even tried to be a father to you.
Only on Father's Day.
What?
What you'll do for a lousy tie.
Never mind. Now, Dennis, when we get in the studio, I want you to run over your song first.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
Jack, I've got to tell you the most wonderful thing.
Oh, Mary.
Now, Bob, don't be so modest.
What is it, Mary?
Jack, look at that sack of fan mail he got.
I see it.
I even got a letter from your sister in Chicago.
Come on, let's get in the studio. Okay, fellas. Okay, quiet down. We're going to start rehearsal. Dennis, have you got your music? Dennis, where are you going?
Back to the phone booth.
Why?
See if I can get another wrong number. I'm in a fighting mood.
Now, cut that out and let me hear... that clock on the wall. Is that the right time?
Yes, it's 1:30. Why?
Well, for heaven's sake, I thought I'd have time to finish rehearsal before I go to my doctor's office.
What do you have to go to your doctor's for?
Well, I had a checkup a few days ago, and everything is fine, but I want to see my x-ray pictures, and the doctor wants to give me a couple of vitamin shots. It'll only take a little while.
Well, you want me to drive you over?
Well, Rochester has a car in the parking lot, so he'll drive me down.
Okay, I'll go with you.
Oh, thanks, Mary. Dennis, you rehearse your song. We'll be back soon.
Here we sit enjoying the shade.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
Drink the drink that I have made.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
Tell you why the day is sunny. I'm in love with lips of honey. Wait till you see the way she walks.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
She is coming here to stay.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
I have waited for this day.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
She writes of love in every letter. Others have tried, but I will get her. Wait till you see the way she walks.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
What is life? What is spring? What are all the stars that shine? Love, my friend, is everything, and love will soon be mine. Pour it as quickly as you can.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
Pour it quickly once again.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
She's here at last, my one and only. Goodbye, friend. Don't be lonely. Wait till you see the way she walks.
Hey, brother, pour the wine. La 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 la.
Blink your eyes and love has passed. Hey, brother, pour the wine. hers was never meant to last. Hey, brother, pour the wine. She introduced me to another. No, my friends, he's not her brother. I will miss the way she walks.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
Pour it quickly as you can.
Hey, brother, pour the wine.
Pour it quickly once again.
Hey, brother, pour the wine. Pour the wine. Pour the wine. Hey, brother, pour the wine.
Are you and Miss Livingston comfortable back there, boss?
Yes, thank you. But, Rochester, this back seat seems to be higher than usual, and we keep sliding forward. Why is that?
Well, I put some big truck tires on the rear wheels and small tires on the front wheels.
What's that for?
To encourage the motor that thinks we're coasting downhill.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. You're always trying to fool the motor.
Well, boss, last winter you were the one who put on fishtail fenders so people would think you had a Cadillac.
Jack, did you really put on fishtail fenders?
Yeah.
Did it fool anybody?
No people, only fish.
Oh, stop making things up. And hurry, I want to get to the doctor's office. Rochester, slow down. The light on the corner's turning red.
Don't worry, by the time we reach it, it'll be green again.
Anyway, we turn here for my doctor's office.
Yes, sir.
You know, Mary, I've been thinking, it seems that every time I go to a doctor or a hospital for a checkup or an examination, you're always with me. Gee, it's awfully nice of you.
Well, it's not a matter of being nice, Jack. I have to be with you when you go for medical examination in case you need me.
Need you?
Yes. How you ever got that transfusion clause in my contract, I'll never know.
My agent thinks of everything. Anyway, this time I'm only going to get a vitamin shot.
Here you are, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Rochester. Watch your step, Mary.
Mr. Benny, while you're in the doctor's office, I'll go to the market and do the shopping.
Oh, fine, fine.
I made out the list, and the groceries amount to $17.
$17? Here you are.
And $1.50 for a haircut.
$1.50? Wait a minute, Rochester. I'm not supposed to pay for your haircut.
This was for you. I got it in the glove compartment.
Well, I'll take care of it myself tomorrow. I want to get a shine at the same time.
I can get that for you, too. I'm wearing your shoes.
Never mind. I'll do it myself. Come on, Mary.
Yes?
Oh, nurse, I have an appointment with Dr. Stevens.
Yes, sir, in just a few minutes. But first I'll have to have some information about you.
Well, they have it at the hospital. They took it when I went in for my checkup.
Well, we need this for the office.
Oh. Well, my name is...
Just a second, sir. I have to write this down. I want to get a pencil. There. Now, your name?
Jack Denny.
Occupation?
Radio comedian.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
How tall are you?
5'11".
Your weight?
165.
Your age?
39.
39. Now, Mr. Benny, have you
Just
ever...
a minute, nurse. I happen to notice on your desk you have another chart, and the age is also marked 39.
Yes.
Whose chart is that?
Grandma Moses.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Benny. Where were we?
Look, nurse, I haven't got much time. I want to see Dr. Stevens.
Well, he's busy now. You'll have to wait. Sit over there by that gentleman in the corner.
Oh, is his appointment ahead of mine?
Oh, he's not waiting to see Dr. Stevens. He has an appointment with our psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist? He isn't violent, is he?
Oh, far from it. In fact, he's very gentle. He thinks he's a rabbit.
Come on, Mary, let's sit down.
Jack, what are you so mad about?
That smart aleck nurse trying to kid me, a rabbit. The man looks just as normal as I do.
Jack, there isn't room for both of us to sit on the sofa.
Yes, there is, Mary. I'll ask him to move over. Pardon me, sir.
What's up, Jack?
Say, you really do think you're a rabbit?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Oh, I have a nice little hutch in Brentwood.
Mary, move over. Tell me, mister, did you always think you were a rabbit?
No. Up until last week, I thought I was a turkey.
Up until last week, yeah? What made you stop being a turkey?
Well, it's so close to Thanksgiving, they turned me down for life insurance.
Oh.
I want a double indemnity.
I see.
With cranberry sauce.
Well, that's the only way to have it. Anyway, maybe you're better off being a rabbit.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait any longer for that psychiatrist. Bye, Doc.
All the silly guys thinking he's a rabbit. Some people...
Yes, doctor. Oh, very well, sir. I'll send in the next patient. It's Mr. Benny. What? No, it's Benny. Bunny just left. Yes, sir. Go right in, Mr. Benny. Dr. Nelson will see you now.
Dr. Nelson? But Dr. Stevens is my doctor.
Well, he's in surgery now, so Dr. Nelson will take care of you.
Oh. Where's his office?
Right down the hall.
Thank you. I'll be right back, Mary.
Hi, Rube.
Huh?
Remember me?
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're the fellow from Calabasas. What are you doing here?
I brought my wife to the doctor. She's going to have a baby.
A baby? Say, how many kids have you got now?
This will be the 16th.
God, 16 kids. What are their names?
Well, there's Albert, Hiram, Ella, Julius, Catherine, Jeanette, Bertram, Herman, Blue Cross, Howard.
Wait a minute. You named one of your children Blue Cross?
Yep. My wife's been in the hospital so much we thought we owed them something.
Say, with such a large family, you must have a pretty big farm.
Oh, one of the biggest in Calabasas.
What do you raise there?
Albert, Hiram,
I mean, besides them, what kind of crop do you grow on your farm? Huh?
Well, the whole place is a big vineyard. We grow nothing but grapes.
Grapes, huh?
That's right, Rube. I press my own wine, too. Got the happiest feet in town. Well, I better be getting back in the waiting room. So long, Rube. So long.
So long. So long. Someday I must ask him why he keeps calling me Rube. Oh, here's Dr. Nelson's office. Oh, Doctor. Doctor. Doctor, I'm Jack Benny. I was told to see you.
Why do they always come to me at the last minute?
Now, look, I came here to have a vitamin shot. Give it to me so I can go.
Yes, now, just a minute. I want to test my hypodermic to see that the needle isn't stopped up. Now I'm ready for you.
Wait a minute, Doctor. You're not going to give me a shot with that needle. Why have you got such a big one anyway?
Well, I'm nearsighted and I don't want to miss.
Now, just a second, Doctor.
Oh, stop being such a baby. Roll up your sleeve and I'll give you the shot. It won't hurt a bit, I promise.
Well, all right. There, my sleeve's up.
Okay. Here goes. There you are.
Ah! Ooh. Doctor, it did hurt when you... But wait a minute. I do feel better already. Say, Doctor, what vitamins did you inject me with?
D-O-F-R-B.
D-O-F-R-B. What's that?
That's old-fashioned root beer.
What?
I'm sorry it hurt, but the ice cream got stuck in the needle.
Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'll come back tomorrow when my regular doctor is there.
Friends, the epidemic of forest fires throughout the country points up this sobering fact. Because most areas of the country haven't had a soaking rain for many weeks, the fire hazard is still tremendous. Remember, our woodlands are more than scenic playgrounds. They're valuable natural resources, indispensable to our nation's defense. So, be extra careful out of doors with fire in any form. Drown or crush out every spark, for only you can prevent forest fires. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, a word to you smokers who are looking for better taste in a cigarette.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, if you read the comics, I guess you know all about Little Iodine. The fellow who draws Little Iodine is the famous cartoonist Jimmy Hatlow. He's got another comic strip, too, called They'll Do It Every Time. Well, Jimmy Hatlow's cigarette is Lucky Strike. Jimmy says, yep, I'll do it every time. Light up a Lucky, because they taste better. Friends, many millions of people smoke Luckies because they've found that Luckies taste better, too. A Lucky tastes better because it's toasted to taste better. Of course, Lucky's better taste begins with fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. And then that fine tobacco is toasted. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco to its peak of flavor, tones it up to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, that's why Jimmy Hatlow and millions of other smokers will do it every time. Light up a Lucky. Why don't you light up a Lucky, too? Remember, it's toasted to taste better.
You get all your shopping done, Rochester?
Yes, boss. How'd you make out at the doctor's?
Oh, fine, fine. Rochester, maybe on the way home we should... Look out! Gee, fella, I'm sorry we ran into you. Are you hurt?
No, but you knocked the carrot out of my hand.
What?
So long, Doc.
Good night, folks.
The program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Al Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marx. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes. Jack Benny program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand you get. It's toasted to give you the best taste. Yes, it's the toasted cigarettes. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted. Yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, this is Don Wilson. If you're not getting all the enjoyment you should be getting from your present cigarette, switch to Lucky Strike. And see for yourself how much more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you get from Lucky's Better Taste. A Lucky tastes better because it's the cigarette of fine tobacco, and it's toasted to taste better. It's toasted is the famous Lucky Strike process that tones up Lucky's fine, naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, find out for yourself. Buy a carton of better-tasting Lucky Strike.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another television program. But in the meantime, let's go back to this morning in Beverly Hills. As we look in on the Benny household, we find Jack just entering the kitchen.
Rochester must have overslept again. I'll go wake him up and have him fix my breakfast. I don't know why it is, but every time I give him a day off, the next morning he oversleeps. It's the second time it's happened this year. Oh, well, I might as well let him sleep and fix breakfast myself. Now, let's see, where does Rochester keep the coffee? I'll try this cupboard here. No, it's filled with ideal dog food. I'll try this one. No, this one's filled with ideal dog food, too. Maybe it's in this cupboard. More ideal dog food. There's no doubt about it. I'll either have to get a dog or stop mentioning that stuff on my program. Well, I can't find the coffee. I'll just have to wake Rochester. Rochester, it's time to get up. Rochester, get up. I'll take this feather duster and tickle his chin.
Honey, you sure got long eyelashes.
Rochester, get up.
Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, it's me, honey, and I want my breakfast.
I'll get it. Gosh, boss, I'm sorry you woke me up when you did. I was having the most wonderful dream.
I know. You were dreaming about a girl.
Yeah, we were going to get married. You offered me a $50 raise.
I offered you a $50 raise?
Uh-huh. And just as you were giving it to me, you woke me up.
Oh.
That's the third time it's happened.
I know. You told me.
Once I dreamed you were cutting my salary and you let me sleep till 4 in the afternoon.
was just a coincidence. Anyway, I'll answer the door, Roger. You get dressed and make my breakfast.
Yes.
Hello, Polly. Oh, you're still sulking, huh, Polly? Coming.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, come on in.
I was just talking to your neighbors, the Colemans.
Oh, Ronnie and Benita?
Yes, I passed their house. Benita was sweeping the porch, and Ronnie was cleaning the windows.
Benita and Ronnie were doing their own housework?
Yes, they told me their butler quit.
Their butler quit? Why?
They said they have to live next to you. He doesn't.
He'll be back. He's run away before, you know.
Oh, hello, Polly. Come on, Polly. Speak. Jack, what have you been feeding this bird?
It wasn't my fault, Mary. She happened to find a can opener.
What?
Nothing. Come in. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Dennis. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm thinking of moving. I've been looking at houses all day.
Oh, you want to buy a house?
Yeah. How much would you take for this one?
Oh, don't be silly, Dennis. My house isn't for sale.
I know, but if it were for sale, how much would you take?
Well, hey, let me see. See, it's in the best part of Beverly Hills, and I have an acre of land, 12 rooms, swimming pool. Oh, I'd ask about $100,000.
I wouldn't have this dump if you gave it to me.
Look, Dennis, I don't want any trouble with you. You asked me how much my house was worth. I told you $100,000.
Does the price include the Venetian blinds?
Yes. Also the drapes and the carpet. Anyway, Dennis, what's wrong with the house you're living in now? You just moved in.
I know, but it's too inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Yeah, in order to get to the bedroom, you have to go through the furnace.
Well, that I don't understand at all.
Dennis, what kind of a house are you looking for?
Oh, it's sort of a ranch house. You know, everything on one floor.
How many rooms?
Well, I'd like 2 bedrooms, a den, a living room, and a kitchen.
How about a bath?
No, thanks. I had one this morning.
Why do I always get trapped into these things? Mary talks to him, she gets a sensible answer. I ask a sensible question, what do I get? Abbott and Costello. Dennis, let me hear the song you're going to do on this week's program.
Yes, sir.
Lady of Spain, I adore you. Right from the night I first saw you, my heart has been yearning for you. What else could any heart do? Lady of Spain, I'm a-feeling. Why should my lips be concealing? Oh, that my eyes are revealing. Lady of Spain, I love you. My heart has been yearning for you. Lady of Faye,
Very good, Dennis. I know it's going to sound beautiful when you sing it on the show.
Don't be so sure.
Why not?
I'm having my tonsils out tonight.
Tonight? Dennis, are your tonsils infected?
No.
Well, has your throat been sore?
No.
Have you been catching colds?
No.
Then why are you having your tonsils out?
A doctor friend of mine is coming over, and I don't know how else to entertain him.
What?
Last time he took out my appendix.
Dennis.
If he keeps coming over, there won't be anything left.
Dennis.
Well, I gotta go look for a house now. Goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Dennis.
I got to be running along, too. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Hello?
Hi, Jack. Who's this? Bob Crosby.
Oh, hello, Bob. I didn't recognize your voice. What is it?
Well, I'm having a few of the boys over for a friendly game of poker tonight, and I thought maybe you'd like to join us.
Well, what stakes do you play for?
5 and 10.
5 and 10? Oh, wait a minute. That's a little too steep for me. You know?
Oh, no, Jack. Not $5 and $10. 5 and 10 cents.
Well, that's what I thought you meant. Well, Bob, who's going to be in the game, huh?
Well, just some of the musicians, Jack. We've got Bagby, Fletcher, Remley, Sammy the drummer, Kimmick, and Arturo Toscanini.
Arturo Toscanini? Do you mean...
Oh, no, this is another one. He slaps a bass for Wingy Minot.
Oh.
It confuses everybody.
Well, I should imagine, huh?
Well, how about it, Jack? Could you come on over tonight?
Well, I don't know, Bob. I might drop around for some laughs.
Oh, that's swell. We'll be playing out by the pool. We'll all be in our swimming trunks.
Wait a minute, Bob. Won't the boys be cold and nothing but trunks?
Yeah, but they won't play cards with each other wearing anything that has pockets or sleeves.
Well, Bob, maybe I'll drop over, even if it's just for laughs.
Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
So long, Bob.
Oh, say, Jack, what goes with Dennis Day?
What do you mean?
Well, he was over to see me last night. He wants to buy my house.
Did he offer you a good price?
Yeah, but I turned it down.
Why?
Well, he wanted me to include my Venetian blinds, drapes, and children.
What a kid. So long, Bob.
Bye, Jack.
That kid Dennis will drive everybody crazy till he finds a house.
Say, boss, I've got your breakfast ready.
Bring it in the den. I might sit around for a while and read.
Okay.
I'll get it, Rochester. Everybody's calling today. I wonder who it can be. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, guess who is this?
Now, let's see. Sir Cedric Hardwick?
No, yes, yes.
Barry Fitzgerald?
You're getting close.
I'm getting close. Well, who is it?
Mr. Kidfall.
Mr. Kidfall, how come you said I was close when I said Barry Fitzgerald?
He lives next door to me.
Well, it's nice of you to call, Mr. Kidfall. How are you?
Currently, I'm out of danger.
Out of danger? What was wrong?
Nobody told you? No. Did I
I had a sea.
Really?
Yeah, first my rheumatism started acting up.
Mm-hmm.
Then I contracted a sciatic condition which had an adverse effect on my varicose veins. And simultaneously, you hear?
Yeah.
I suffered from a streptococcal throat.
I'm sorry to hear that.
The Blue Cross is sorrier.
I can imagine.
Mr. Benny, the reason I called is my brother-in-law, Bernie, is visiting me, and I wondered if you could get him tickets to your television show.
To your brother-in-law? Yes, I believe I can.
Can you also get him tickets for Denny Thomas, Boynes and Ellen, Groucho Marx, Amos and Andy? Let me see who else.
Mr. Kitzel, you're certainly nice to your brother-in-law.
It's a pleasure to get him out of the house.
Oh.
Also, could you get him tickets to Jackie Gleason's show?
But that's in New York.
Bless you, Harp.
I can do, Mr. Kitzel. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. I don't know, these days with radio and television, I haven't been reading very much. A lot of good books here, too. The High and the Mighty by Ernest Gann. Look Who's Abroad Now by Earl Wilson. I read them both. They're good books. Let's see what else. The Sea Around Us. Battle Cry. Here's a copy of The Theory of Relativity by Albert Einstein. Oh, I read that. I remember it has 496 pages. Those numbers were the only thing I understood. Here's a book I haven't read. The Purple Pirate. Gee, that ought to be good. So many pirate pictures out now. I think I'll read this one. The Purple Pirate, Chapter 1. I am a pirate. My name is Captain Morgan. As my story opens, we had been at sea almost a year. My ship had just captured a rich prize, a schooner homeward bound from the Orient and laden with cargo. We transferred her cargo to our hold, and the crew lined the rail and watched as we prepared to send the captured vessel to the bottom. All right, gunners, we're going to sink her. Fire!
Sinking fast, Captain.
Good. Tell me, Red Robert, did we get much booty?
Was a rich haul, Captain. 100 bolts of silk, 50 barrels of rare spices, 10 sacks filled with gold, and 4 cases of ideal dog food.
Fine. My supply was running low.
That isn't all the loot, sir. We found a small sack of diamonds, some rubies, and best of all, a woman's dress.
A woman's dress? What's so wonderful about that?
Oh, you ought to see what's in it.
You mean we've captured a woman?
Yes, sir, and we also captured the captain of that ship.
Good. Bring him to me.
Aye, sir.
In a few minutes, both the captain and the girl were standing before me. I looked them over very carefully for a long time. Finally, I spoke. Which one of you is the captain?
He is, of course.
There was no doubt about it. I'd been away from land too long. As I stood there, the schooner's gruff captain turned to me and spoke.
Are you the captain of these pirates?
Yes.
Are you responsible for blowing my ship to bits?
Yes.
Did you make some of my men walk the plank?
Yes.
Did you hang all the rest of them?
Yes.
Do you think that was nice?
No.
Well, what?
I sent him below, then I turned my attention to the girl. She was wearing a tight skirt, a yellow sweater, and a large button that said, "I like Louis the 14th." As she stood before me, I remembered the superstition of the sea. A woman aboard a pirate ship is an omen of bad luck. I was in a predicament. Should I keep her aboard and risk mutiny, or make her walk the plank? I decided to flip a coin. Heads, she stays. Tails, she walks the plank. Heads, she stays. The crew was so happy over the rich prize we had captured, they didn't mind a woman being aboard. And that evening, as we sailed the tropical sea neath the full moon, they even gathered around the quarterdeck and began to sing.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, on many a stormy wind shall blow, our Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, we're happy-go-lucky that you know. It's lucky once again. Elopement, all the sailors agree that Elopement. Find the back of you see. Every sailor man is hopping on a lucky, so there's nothing that will be as good or lucky when you're out at sea. Lucky sight is wild, very tasty, that's true. Lucky sight is brown, and it's fully packed too. Don't forget that something tell you, here's a tip that you will tell you only Elopement will do. Oh, it's Elopement. Yes, it's light up a lucky for me.
We continued scouring the sea, and then our luck went bad. We sighted no more ships. Our supplies ran low. The men were in a mutinous mood. They became surly and refused to obey orders. And then suddenly, we were attacked by the most ruthless of all French pirates, Dennis Lafitte. Red Robert, get the men to their battle station.
Aye, aye, sir. Bagby, Remley, Fletcher, Kimmick, man your guns. It's no use, Captain, it's no use. The men are revolting.
Would you repeat that?
The men are revolting.
You've caught on to these guys already, The battle went badly, and we suffered heavy casualties. Finally, to save lives, I decided to surrender. I grabbed a white flag and started to wave it.
Hey, give me those back.
I'm sorry, miss, but this is no time to be doing your laundry. We were taken prisoners and immediately locked in the dark hold of the ship. For 3 days, we didn't see our cruel captor. Dennis Lafitte didn't kill his prisoners by making them walk the plank. Oh, no. He was too cruel for that. He would make you stick your head through a hole in the canvas while his crew lined up and threw baseballs at you. This wasn't so bad, but the men behind you with those darts were murdered. Finally, on the 4th day, he ordered me and the girl to be brought to him. as we stood trembling before Lafitte, the terror of the seven seas. He said,
Nom de cochon, qui installe votre grand-père Chine de la Bande, le April in Paris.
Huh?
You have the presence of the great Lafitte. Kneel, you pig.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now you kneel, too.
Yes, sir.
Ah, how I love to play the leapfrog.
What are your plans for us, Lafitte?
For you, mon capitaine, you have the choice of joining me or dying.
Well, I'll join you. Do I still retain my rank as captain?
Captain. You fool, you'll be my slave.
A slave? I'd rather die first. You don't know us Englishmen very well.
All right, you die.
What about the girl? Are you going to kill her?
You don't know us Frenchmen very well.
What?
I shall marry the girl and make her the pirate queen. She will be my wife, my sweetheart. And now I kiss her.
She'd rather die first.
You keep out of there.
I was in a predicament. Either I became Lafitte's slave or I walked the plank. I didn't know what. There's the door buzzer. Right in the most interesting part. I can't even read a book around here. Rochester! Oh, darn it. Coming. Middle of a book.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from Beacon's Van and Storage Company. We got 2 truckloads to unload here.
Furniture?
No, ideal dog food.
Well, put it in the swimming pool. The garage is full.
Friends, every minute, day and night, a destructive fire starts. And in 9 out of 10 cases, most fires start because someone was careless. Don't let that someone be you. Be sure your electrical wiring is properly installed. Put cigarettes and matches out before you discard them. Be on guard constantly against fire. Remember, only you can prevent fires. Jack will be back in a minute to tell you about his television program, which goes on at 7 p.m. tonight over the CBS television network. But first, here's a word for anyone who enjoys a good cigarette.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarettes, they taste fine. Tobacco is light, tobacco is mild, tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
All you have to do is look at a pack of Lucky's friends, and you'll see the reasons for Lucky's better taste printed right on the pack. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Light, naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. And it's toasted. It's toasted to taste better. It's toasted is the famous Lucky Strike process that tones up Lucky's fine tobacco, bringing it to its peak of flavor, making it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton of cigarettes better tasting Lucky Strike.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to tell you about my television show, but we're a little late, so tune in and watch it. Good night, folks. The Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Al Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marx. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to do something a little different. We're going to dramatize the lives of Phil Harris and Alice Faye. But first, a word from RCA Victor. Throughout the world, RCA is a symbol of progress. RCA's research and exploration of the unknown, RCA's continual development of the new, has quickened the pace of scientific achievement for over 25 years. Recently, enormous strides have been made by RCA in the field of television. A perfect illustration is RCA Victor's new 17-inch table model superset, the Bristol. The Bristol is absolutely incomparable for quality and performance because the Bristol brings you revolutionary new picture power. A completely new circuit system with an electronic supercharger virtually eliminates interference and brings in the clearest, steadiest pictures possible in difficult reception areas. The Bristol's unbelievably fine reception has never been equaled, thanks to picture power, an exclusive development of RCA Victor. Yes, the Bristol is everything you've ever wanted in the way of television. It's available now. Ask for the Bristol, and always look for the name RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris! Since this program has been on the air, you people have shown a great interest in the private lives of Phil and Alice. Your many letters have asked, where were they born? How did they become successful? How did Phil meet Alice? Why did Alice marry Phil? So tonight, we're going to tell you the life story of Phil Harris and Alice Faye. Our story begins in a little log cabin in the hills of Tennessee, where a baby was born in the year 1886.
Wait a minute. Get the facts right. Alice was born in New York. I was born in a log cabin in Tennessee in 1911. Now take it from there.
In 1911, a baby was born to Harry and Dolly Harris. It was 2:00 in the morning when the doctor brought little Phil Harris into the world.
What are you slapping me for, Dolly? I didn't know it was going to look like this.
I didn't mean to slap you, Harry. I was just excited.
Congratulations, Mr. Harris. You should be proud to be the father of such a fine, bouncing baby.
Doc, tell me, is it a boy or a girl?
I don't know. We'll have to wait till it stops bouncing. Or whatever it is, I suggest you call it Twitch.
Oh, it's a boy, and I think he's adorable. Now, our families must think so, too. Look, they're all sitting around beaming.
Nah, all except your father. He just sits there with a wooden expression on his face.
Oh, I'm sure he likes him. Daddy, how do you like your new grandson?
Me like 'em. We keep 'em. Ugh.
He's a a handsome lad. Now I bet when he grows up he'll be a devil with the women.
And his mother was right. He was a devil with the women, but he didn't wait till he grew up. In fact, Phil Harris had quite a reputation by the time he entered kindergarten.
Please, please, little boy, don't bother me. I'm busy.
Ah, put away them dolls, honey. You got me.
You're awful fresh. Who are you anyway?
Who am I? Where you been, kid? Under a rock? Phil Harris.
Oh, yes. I've heard the other girls talking about you. But you're not handsome at all.
Oh, you better get some rest, Myrtle.
Yes, Phil had a weakness for girls, and it retarded his studies. But he was a determined young man, and he finally managed to reach the 4th grade, where he met his first real love of his life.
Please, please, Philip, don't bother me. I'm busy.
Well, look, honey, let's quit this joint and run away together.
I couldn't do that. I can't leave school in the middle of the year.
Why not? They can always get another teacher. Now, let's face it. Would you rather be a teacher the rest of your life or have me?
I'd rather be a teacher.
Oh, Miss Brooks, somebody slipped you a bad apple.
And so, rebuffed by this woman, Phil quit grammar school at the tender age of 23. He went out into the world, but he was unequipped to face it. Tired and discouraged, he sank lower and lower until he reached the very depths. That's where he met Frank Remley. One day, Phil was walking along Skid Row when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadows and said,
"Hey, Bud, you want to buy a hot banjo?"
You get lost, Jack. Can't you see I'm busy? Hot chestnuts. Get your hot chestnuts. Jelly apples, shoelaces, razor blades, geranium seeds.
Nice-looking push cart you got there. I'll have a 3-cent glass of muscatel.
With or without horseradish?
Without.
Yes, sir. Here you are. That'll be 3 cents, please.
Charge it to my account.
Do you have your charger plate with you, sir?
Tell me, what's a clean, cut-looking boy like you doing with a push cart? What's your name?
Phil Harris. What's yours?
Frank Remley. Where are you from, Curly?
Nashville, Tennessee.
You're from Nashville, Tennessee?
Yeah.
Well, this is a coincidence. Gee, it certainly is a small world. Why, we're practically neighbors.
No kidding. Where are you from?
Fargo, North Dakota.
Hey, Remley, I see you got a banjo case there. You a musician?
No.
Then what do you got in the case?
Chestnuts, jelly apples, shoelaces,
Wait a minute, buddy. There ain't enough room on this side of the street for both of us. How can I make any money if you're selling to the public, too?
Take it easy. I don't sell to the public. I'm a wholesaler.
Oh.
Anything you need to replenish your stock? You seem to be a little low on buggy whips.
Oh, thanks, kid. I don't get much call for them. You have any good rap leggings? Hey, how long you been with this business?
Not long. I used to play the banjo.
You did? Hey, that's a coincidence. This certainly is a small world.
Do you play the banjo, too?
No, I do needlepoint. Hey, but I used to play the drums. Hey, I was a pretty good drum. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
I got an idea. Let you and I form a band. You on the banjo and me on the drums.
And they did. Of course, it wasn't very good when they started. It sounded like this. However, as the years progressed, they worked hard and gradually kept adding new members to the band, until 4 years later, the band had 18 members and sounded like this.
Know something, Remley? We don't seem to be getting any place.
Well, it's your fault. We'd have a better band if you didn't waste so much time with the dames. It's always dames.
Dames don't mean nothing to me. I devoted my whole time to forming this band. I personally hired the best talent that money can buy, but there seems to be something wrong with the band. What can it be?
Maybe it's because we only got 2 musicians and 16 girl vocalists.
I happen to like a big choir.
Curly, why don't you forget the women? Someday they'll be your downfall.
Nah, they won't. I'm just marking time until I meet the right girl. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever meet the right one.
Little did Phil know that at that moment, in a tenement in New York City, a child was born. A child who was destined to grow up and flash like a meteor across the American scene. A child who would achieve greatness and endear itself to the hearts of people in every walk of life. For this child was Alice Faye.
With all that build-up, I thought it was going to be at least Tallulah Bankhead.
From a humble beginning, Alice worked her way up out of the chorus. And then one night she got her big chance at the Hollywood restaurant in New York, where a famous band leader was appearing.
My time is your time. Your time is my time. There's no time like our time, and no one like you. Hi-ho, everybody. This is Rudy Valley, and tonight I'd like to introduce a young lady who is making her first public appearance as a singer. This little girl is my protege. I've coached her and taught her everything I know about singing, and I'm sure you'll like her. Go ahead, Miss Faye.
My time is your time. Your time
Miss Faye.
is my
Miss Faye.
time.
That's not Miss Faye. Stop, Miss Faye, stop.
Oh, stop hitting me with your megaphone. You want to make me soft in the head or something?
My dear child, I've told you time and again now to sing through your nose.
All right, already. I'm sorry. Gee whiz. You don't want me to sing through my nose? What am I supposed to do, sing through my ears?
You're supposed to sing through your mouth.
You don't sing through your mouth.
I can't. I keep my money there. Now, let's try your song once more, and remember, this time, watch your diction and sing from your diaphragm.
In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell 'em I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, better save a chair when the party's getting a glow on. And singing fills the air in the shake of the night when the doings are right. You can tell 'em I'll be there.
Sue wants a barbecue, Sam wants to boil a ham, Grace votes for bouillabaisse stew. Dick wants a weenie baked steak and a layer cake, he'll get a tummy ache too. We'll rent a tent or teepee, let the town crier cry. And if it's RSVP, this is what she'll reply.
In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell 'em I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, better save Mammy a chair when the party's getting the glow on. And singing fills the air in the shake of the night when the doings are right. So you can tell 'em I'll be there.
In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell 'em we'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, slick 'em on my hair when the party's getting a glow on and singing fills the air. If we ain't in a drink and there's something to drink, then you can tell 'em we'll be there.
And that was the beginning of Alice's career. She became a success as a singer, and finally Hollywood beckoned. She made several pictures and became a big star. In the meantime, Phil had taken his band to Hollywood, where he was playing at the Coconut Grove.
Curly, we've really improved over 4 years ago.
Yeah, man, that new arrangement is solid. Well, why don't they recognize us, Remley? We're still not getting any place.
What are you talking about? We're playing at the Coconut Grove.
I know, but who hears you in the washroom?
No, Curly, you're right. We ain't getting any place. Why don't we give up and go home?
You can, but not me. I know I've got talent, and I'm going to prove it. I've got everything it takes to make a successful career. I'm going to be a wealthy man, and I know just how I'm going to do it.
How?
I'll marry a rich dame. I got one all picked out. You know something? I saw her picture in the paper the other day.
Yeah? What's her name?
Aggie Khan. Hey, Remley, she's kind of fat, man, but she's loaded. You know something? Every year they give her her weight in diamonds,
Curly.
and she's got...
Curly.
What?
That's Aga Khan, and he's a man.
Well, that wouldn't work, would it?
No.
Don't worry, I got a substitute. Hey, Remley, you remember that blonde we saw in pictures? You know the one that was in Alexander's Ragtime Band and Tin Pan Alley and Lillian Russell?
I don't remember her. What's her name?
I don't know, but you remember she's the one who always stands between Don Amici and Tyrone Power. Hey, wait a minute. I just remembered her name. It's Alice Faye. And from what I hear about her, she's got money she doesn't know what to do with.
Curly, I'm surprised at you. Wanting to marry this girl just because she's got money. A guy's got to be pretty low.
Please, please. Her money has nothing to do with it. For the first time in my life, Remley, I've fallen in love. And I'm going to find out where she lives, and the first thing tomorrow morning, I'm going over and propose to her.
Oh, yes?
Miss Faye, I'm sorry to wake you at 5 o'clock in the morning, but will you marry me?
Oh, what are you talking about? I don't even know you.
My name is Remley. I'm madly in love with you, and I want you to be mine. Can't you picture it? You and I married with a home in the country and children? Lots of children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now, wait a minute. I couldn't marry you.
Why not?
I don't love you.
Well, it's a fine time to tell me after we had all those children. No, if you marry me, you won't regret it.
Remley.
Oh, Curly. What are you doing here?
Same thing you're doing here, you double-crosser.
And who are you?
Oh, my name is Phil Harris.
Oh, of course. Isn't your band playing at the Coconut Grove?
Yes, How did she know?
My brother told me. What's on your mind, Mr. Harris?
Will you marry me, Miss Faye?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I think you're both crazy, and I never want to see either one of you again. Goodbye.
Well, I was not to be denied. I loved this woman, and I wouldn't rest until she was mine. Frankie told me to forget her. He said no woman was worth it, but I couldn't forget her. So 2 nights later, 2 nips later, a fortnight later, I boldly forced my way into her house.
Oh, it's you again. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're busy?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to bother you while you're counting your money.
Please, go away.
And never come back here again. Where were we, Alice? Oh, yeah. $1,000,001, $1,002,000.
All right, Remley. Miss Faye, why do you want to waste your time with this left-handed money counter when you can have me, a right-handed money counter? Look, besides that, I'll give you romance.
Well, you, don't look very romantic to me.
Are you kidding? I'm the greatest lover since Cyrano de Bourbonnac. Hey, baby, why don't you come on? Let you and me go out and live it up a little.
So I went out with him. I had to find out if he was for real. One date led to another, and before I knew what was happening to me, I fell in love with him. Then one night he proposed in his own quaint manner.
Well, you finally got me, you lucky little... You're nuts about me, too, ain't you?
Oh, yes, dear. It's been such a wonderful courtship. Every night, candy, flowers, perfume, trinkets.
Yeah, you better cut it out, honey. You're going to spoil me. Hey, look, Alice, let's stop horsing around. Are you going to marry me or ain't you?
Well, I don't know. Frankie wants to marry me, too.
That mooch is always hanging around. Forget him. We were meant for each other. Come on, honey, what do you say?
All right, Phil. I'll marry you.
Well, if that's the way the wind blows, Alice, I'll thank you to get off my lap.
Why don't you quit hanging around? Alice is going to marry me tomorrow.
Oh, no. No, Phil. I won't marry you until you're a success and able to support me in the manner to which I'm accustomed.
You're dead, Curly.
I am not. I'll be a success. Alice, honey, with you as my incentive, I'll amount to something.
And he did. With this great love as a driving force, he went on to new heights. He added more members to his orchestra, and gradually his band became louder and louder. Curly started making records. He had one great hit after another. Famous song hits like...
Won't you come with me, too?
Yes, that was his first big hit. That was followed by...
Bill Jackson was a...
Yes, that was a great one, too. After that came one of his biggest successes. That was a money. But probably his greatest success was the song I know you're all waiting to hear. Surely you remember... Oh, what memories that was.
Wait a minute! What in the world's the matter with you, Remley? That was Von Monroe's big hit. That was the introduction to Riders in the Sky, and you know it. This is supposed to be the story of my life, and I'm going to sing a song and dedicate it to my future wife, Alice Faye. Young Johnny Jonesy.
Yes, that was our song. And it still did become a success. And I set the date for our wedding. I'll never forget that day. We were married at our house. And just before the ceremony, while we were waiting for the minister, Phil and I were talking to our friends and family.
Oh, gee, honey, you look beautiful. We're going to have a wonderful wedding. Everybody's here.
Oh, Daddy.
Not yet, Phyllis. You're in the next scene. Get lost, kid. You're rushing me. You know something, Alice? I'm so happy. And Frankie, gee, kid, I'm glad you came. Because I know you're in love with Alice, too, but I'm sure you're going to take it like a man.
No hard feelings, Curly. She chose you instead of me, and that's the way it is. C'est la guerre.
Thank you, General. I knew you'd be big about it. Hey, look, Frankie, after the ceremony, would you like to kiss the bride?
Well, I'd rather not, Curly, but before the ceremony, I'd like to say one last thing to her. Do you mind?
No. Go ahead.
Alice, will you marry me? Don't you ever give up? And I know she's in love with me, aren't you, dear?
No, I'm not. I love Phil, and I'm going to marry him.
Alice, I'm going to give you one last chance to make up your mind. Are you going to marry Curly or me?
Curly.
Let me put it this way. Which would you rather spend your life with, a lousy drummer or a talented banjo player?
A lousy drummer.
I'd like to try it one more way. What do you prefer, a man with brains or a man with good look? Wait a minute, I'm not in that one at all.
Why don't you give up? Alice loves me, and there isn't any other man in her life.
That's what you think, Mac.
Who is this?
Oh, this is Julius Abruzio. He's the grocery boy. Julius, I want you to meet my future husband.
This is a husband. Miss Faye, have you forgotten about us? You was going to marry me, wasn't you?
Alice, is this true? Is you going to was?
Don't be silly, Phil. The boy just has a crush on me.
A crush, she calls it. I love you and I know you love me.
What do you mean you know?
Well, this morning at the market, I took a bunch of radishes and picked them. She loves me not, she loves me not, and it come out she loves me. You gonna make a liar out of them radishes?
don't make a scene. I like you, but you're just a child.
Yeah, you're young enough to be her son.
So what? You're old enough to be her father.
Alice, now that you have a father and a son, all you need is a husband. How about that?
Look, you guys, Alice is marrying me, and that's all there is to it.
Miss Faye, is this final?
I'm afraid it is, Julius.
That does it. If I've lost you, I've lost everything. There's no use in me going on. There's only one thing for me to do. Tomorrow morning they'll be dragging the river for me little body. But I won't be there.
You two, Pete, get on out of here. Come on, Alice, let's have the ceremony. Or does anybody else have any objections?
Me no like pale-faced squaw. She too fat to fit canoe.
Will you get back to your TP, Grandpa, and take that tom-tom with you? Come on, Alice, the minister's waiting. Let's get married.
And so they were married. As the years went by, they were blessed with 2 children. Theirs is a happy little family. If you will look in on the Harris home nearly any night, you'll find the following scene.
Gee, Alice, we're lucky to have a beautiful home, money in the bank, and 2 wonderful children. 2 wonderful children. Now, Phyllis.
Oh! Daddy.
What is it, dear?
How long have you and Mommy been married?
10 years, and they've been 10 happy years, haven't they, Alice?
Oh, they certainly have, dear. You're the only man I ever loved, and I couldn't be happy with anyone else.
Oh, you're just saying that. I still think you're in love with me.
That's what you think, Mac. I'm the only man she ever really loved.
Why don't you 2 guys give up already?
Yes, Frankie, for heaven's sake, can't you take a hint? I've been married to Phil for 10 years, and we have 2 children.
You're just playing hard to get. You just did that to make me jealous.
You did it to make me jealous.
To make you jealous?
Yeah.
You did it to make me jealous.
Come on, Alice.
Let's
Let's go to bed. This will go on for hours. Good night, fellas. Turn the lights out when you're finished.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. The biggest new words in television are picture power. That's RCA Victor's astounding new TV achievement that brings you the clearest reception possible with virtually no interference.
And that's true, Bill. I went myself to see RCA Victor's new supersets with picture power demonstrated in a definite fringe area up at Oxnard, California, where the signals must come across mountains 60 miles from Los Angeles. Mr. Billinger, one of the biggest TV dealers in Oxnard, showed me how these new RCA Victor supersets picked up channels that he said had never come in satisfactorily before. So here is a concrete case where RCA Victor's picture power solved a very, very tough reception problem, bringing in beautiful pictures, clear and steady, with real definition.
Right, Phil. And it follows that if picture power can pull in channels where other television sets fail, that means that you will get clearer, better pictures with sharper detail anywhere you live with RCA Victor's new super set.
And incidentally, folks, we'd like to hear from you personally. Whether you live deep in the city or far in the country, whether you are a television dealer or a user, drop me a line personally in care of NBC, Department A, Hollywood, California, and tell me how your new RCA Victor picture power set is working. I'd love to hear. This is Phil again. The Red Cross has asked us to remind everyone again about the critical shortage of whole blood for our wounded in Korea. Where 1 or 2 pints were used in the last war, 4 to 8 are being used now. And it's saving lives. But they gotta have blood. So make a date with the Red Cross and save a life of an American boy. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Barbara Eiler, Evelyn Eaton, Rosemary Iannone, Gerald Moore, Iron Eyes Cody, Eddie Marr, and Stuffy Singer. Rudy Valley was impersonated by Bob Hopkins. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio and first in television.
Next, the Theater Guild on the Air, starring Rosalind Russell on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang, this is Ken Carpenter standing on your front porch and throwing our hats through the door for the 125th time. And if you don't throw it out, we'll come in and answer a few of your letters to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. As we hook into the international beams to all APOs and SPOs tonight, clam bake appears to be not only sensational, but positively mediocre. And here's the man who told me to say that. Your master of ceremonies, that famous Hollywood star, that man among men, and that washout among women, Jack Benny.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello again, gang. This is Jack Benny talking. And listen, Ken, what do you mean I'm a washout among women? Did you get a load of that girl I brought to the broadcast with me?
She certainly is a load.
Well, you just don't know a good-looking girl when you see one.
Oh, I was only kidding, Jack. She's really quite attractive. Movie actress?
No, Ken. She's a plumber. I met her the other day when she came out to my house to fix a chain. I tell you, it was love at first sight. I walked into the kitchen, and there she was under the sink. I tripped over her Stilton wrench and joined her.
Well, I'll say that's one way of getting acquainted.
I'm glad I met her, though. Isn't she cute, Ken?
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, she has a pretty face, but I think her overalls are a little baggy.
Well, they may be baggy, Ken, but underneath them beats a heart of gold. And I'll tell you another thing. She's full of fun. She's got the darndest sense of humor.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, she's always sneaking up behind me with a plunger and snatching my toupee. And I'll tell you another thing. A girl plumber has to take good care of herself. You know, Ken, she doesn't smoke or drink.
Oh, she never drinks, huh?
Oh, once in a while she has a Drano and soda. You know? With a twist of lemon peel, of course. But outside of that, nothing.
Pardon me, men. This is Command Performance, I presume.
Well, Bing Crosby. That's right. A little nervous, without hope?
Oh, yes.
Right, isn't it? Well, it's nice seeing you, Bing.
Nice to see you, Jackson. What's the big discussion, Ken?
Oh, we were just talking about the girl that Jack brought to the broadcast.
Oh, you mean Blowtorch Annie?
That's her professional name. So you met her, eh, Bing?
Oh, indeed I did. As a matter of fact, I autographed her soldering iron on the way.
Oh, that was sweet.
You know, she gave me one of her business cards, Jack, and it doesn't speak too well for you, really.
What do you mean? What does the card say?
Well, here it is. Blowtorch Annie. I specialize in drips. And right there.
Can't understand it. That means drips from pipe. I'm no drip.
Pardon me.
Hope would have had a better answer there.
Much better. Rochester would give you a better state line.
I know.
Pardon me for any aspersions I might have cast, Jack, or any I may cast in the near future. And talking of plumbing, I'd like to stretch my own rustic pipes and funnel a greeting to Bob. Meet me at the Shamrock on Thirsty Morrow, 885. Red Berry at 726. In regards to Olson, Salyer, Lee, and Fox at 729 from, Frank. Rather odd name here. Oh, yes. Frank Sinatra, the kid sing. Boy knocks the tune. Hello to the Torpedo Kids, including Jules, Nebraska, Sack Bullen, Black Dog Gallo, and Stinky Trailer. And for the Command Performance Club everywhere and Granddad Benny here, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Well, thanks.
Must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now. Came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I'll bet you made the other kids bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, oh, baby, yes, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now.
Ah, what I'd give to have my violin here. You must have been a beautiful baby, sung by Bing Command Performance Crosby. Gosh, Bing, I'll never forget the first night I heard you sing. It was at the Coconut Grove.
You remember the Grove days, huh? Yeah, I had no idea you were that old.
You didn't?
No.
I love this boy. But, Bing, you must remember the night I walked into the Grove to sing.
Oh, yes, I remember well. You came in with that big lunch basket. You spread your blanket on the dance floor. The waiters formed a flying wedge, and out you went.
Well, it was my first visit to Los Angeles. In Waukegan, where I come from, a grove is a place to have a picnic. But getting back to what's on my mind, Bing, I lost Dennis Day.
Open manhole?
No, Navy.
Well, Jack, your loss is the Navy's game. Dennis was a fine broth in the bar.
Did I give you my dialect? Yes, that's true. He was a good singer. And he was so, Dennis was so unmercenary, you know?
Worked pretty cheap, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say cheap, but on Saturday night, when I used to hand him his pay envelope, my hand very seldom trembled. Anyhow, Bing, there's a great opportunity on my program for the right young fellow.
You mean?
I mean, snap at it, kid.
Well, Jack, if I hear of anybody, I'm going to let you know.
What's the matter with this guy? Does he have to have a ton of bricks fall on him or something? Bing, I wish you'd pay attention. I need a singer, and I'll take you just as you are. No audition or anything. I don't.
Very nice of you. Really sweet. You're sweet.
I mean, just what I heard tonight was enough for me, you know what I mean? Of course, you won't have to do much. You see, I mean, you'll start at the bottom, but you'll work up fast. I mean, think of the chance this is. 5 years ago, nobody knew Dennis Day.
Today, he's scrubbing a deck.
That's not what I mean. I have a contract right here. Of course, there's just one thing. I want a character somewhat like Dennis. Can you act dumb?
Not dumb enough to sign that contract.
Boy, it's tricky. Now, Bing, come to your senses. I'm going to ask you just once more to work for me, and I want an affirmative answer.
You couldn't force a yes out of me with Annie's plunger.
Now, Now, Bing, I wouldn't be too hasty if I were you. Think of your future. You know, there's
so little left of it, I'd rather not.
Don't be downhearted, son. Stick with Uncle Jack, and everything will be all right.
But, Jack, I have my own radio show. The Dozer, but we have it, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were in the road business at Paramount.
Well, you hit on something there, Dad. Hope and I have made so many road pictures, really. L'amour is getting soft shoulders.
Her curves are nicely banked, too. Did you notice? But, Bing, I was wondering, just for curiosity's sake, if you didn't have your own show, how much would you charge me a week to sing on my program?
Well, I don't like to make my business public, Jack. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll whisper it to you.
Use my left ear. That's the better one. Okay, how much would you charge me to sing one song a week? Holy smoke, I wouldn't pay that to Sinatra.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute now.
Heavens to Betsy.
$35 a week, that's not robbing you.
You never said that. You said 45. That left ear of mine never misses, brother.
Gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, this, after all, is command performance. It's about time for a little glamour.
Glamour? What's wrong with us?
That's what I say. Well, don't nobody answer that either.
Well, it seems the gentlemen of the AEF have written bales of letters requesting Miss Georgia Gibbs, whom they seem to love.
Georgia Gibbs? Is that her standing there?
Mm-hmm.
Say, she's cute. I'm going to see what she's doing later.
Listen, you stick to your plumber. I came in here empty.
Oh.
Brushing aside this romantic dialogue and clearing a couple of tired wolves away from the microphone, let me say it's all yours, Georgia Gibbs.
Thanks, Ken, Jack, Bing, and hi, fellas. Love to the Snapseed gang at 726, AR Sessions, Navy 230, that B-17 named Deanie. The 76 Ward at 952, Lieutenant Colonel Hearn at 709, and also at 709, Silent Bill, Zoot Nilsson, Hogjaw Myers, Stumblebum, and Fireball Lee. Also, the Broadway Glom somewhere between New York and the English Channel. The Glom, according to Sal Scamaccia, keeper of the Glom, is a little turtle on the USS, mustn't give the name. So, fellas, here's the song you've asked me to do on command performance.
Around, heavy-hearted and sad. Night comes around and I'm still feeling bad. The rain's pouring down, blinding every hope I have. It's bitter and pattering, beating and spattering. It drives me mad. Up in the sky, only weather. Since my man and I ain't together, raining all the time. Life is big, gloom and misery everywhere. Stormy weather. So weary all the time, so weary all the time. Now when he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. I cannot go on. Everything in life is gone. Only brother, since my man and I weather. Raining all the time. Keeps on raining all the
That was great, George. Yeah, I sure enjoyed your singing. I knew you'd love that one. Enjoyed your number. Get it?
And he wants me to go on his program this morning.
Don't be so critical. I like to see you think of something witty that fast.
Listen, when Georgia was singing, I was looking and listening. I wasn't thinking.
Now, wait a minute. You'll have to pardon me again, gentlemen.
Carpenter's always butting in here.
Very rude, boys.
Well, it's an absolute necessity. Whenever things get dull around Command Performance, it's my duty to break in and introduce the next guest.
Do you think we're dull, Bing?
Well, maybe inside here, but in front of the drugstore, we fracture.
Oh.
Well, our next guest is a man who, well, on the other hand, I don't like to exactly say that without qualifying my statement by saying he's also very well known in the field of, well, one thing I'm sure of, here he is, that musical genius, that man of no words, Harp Marx.
Well, Harpo, how are you? Good to see you. What do you say, kid?
Yeah, hello, Harp. What's cooking?
For a minute, I didn't think he was going to speak to us.
Yeah, Harpo looks hungry, Jack.
He does at that. Want something to eat, Harpo?
What would you like?
Get him a glass of milk. And a piece of raspberry pie.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid to interrupt again, but things are getting a little dull.
After all, we're handicapped.
Yeah, how can we hold a conversation with a guy who won't talk?
Oh, wait. Apparently, you aren't aware of the fact that Mr. Marx always travels with an interpreter. Of course, he's brought him along tonight. Gentlemen of the AEF, may I present Harpo's official interpreter and spokesman, Mr. Gary Cooper.
Hey, Bing, he got more applause than we did.
Get my things. I'm lazy.
Well, Gary, this is really a surprise. Doggone, I didn't know that you were Harpo's spokesman. So you travel around and do all this talking for him. Is that right?
Yep.
Well, Gary? Gary, I'm glad you're here because we're beginning to have a little trouble with Harpo. Do you ever have any trouble with him?
Nope.
Well, I guess that's because you've known him so long. I mean, you're very close to him. You understand him.
Yep.
And he won the Academy Award. Hey, Bing, do you think you could get him to talk?
Nope.
Well, try.
Oh, okay, say, Gary, we had a lot of fun when you were working at Paramount on For Whom the Bell Tolls, didn't we?
Yep.
What do you do? Oh, what are you doing now? You on a vacation?
No.
Oh, then you're getting ready for another picture.
Yep.
Is there a part in the picture for me?
Nope.
Well, I'll try one more question. Is Harpo going to play his harp tonight?
Yep.
This guy's beginning to crack like Silent Yokeman.
Gary,
Yokeman band's back there.
Gary, what's Harpo going to play?
The harp.
He said something. Hey, he said something.
Gabby Barber, huh?
What selection?
Whoa. Well, I hate to hog the whole show by talking too much, but Harpo's going to play Who Threw the Overalls in Mrs. Murphy's Chowder. I want to warn you, it's going to sound more like Stardust. Climb up on the harp, sonny boy, and play it like an angel.
For heaven's sake, Gary, what's the matter with him? He's groaning.
Naturally.
Naturally?
Well, he wants the groaner to sing with him.
Okay, Harpo. Sit right over there and pluck me on, boy. Lots of requests tonight for Blue Heaven.
When whippoorwills call and evening is nigh, I hurry to my blue heaven. I turn to the right, and a little white light will lead you to my blue heaven. You'll see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, and a little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom. Just Molly and me, and baby makes three. We're happy in my blue heaven.
Marx and Gary Cooper. And say, bingo.
Yeah, Jack?
Command Performance gets a lot of crazy requests. You know that, of course. Remember one night you had to mix up a bourbon and soda?
Hope drank it, remembered it well. What's for tonight, a Cuba Libre, Jack? What are we going to do?
No, a letter from Private Phil Stearns, formerly of Sausalito, California. Dear Command Performance, these GI shoes we wear get heavy at times, but I've thought up a way to make them seem lighter. Please have Ann Miller do a tap dance wearing a pair of our 10-pound brogans. Fellas, Ann Miller.
Hi, fellas. Say, Ken, you know, those clodhoppers look pretty heavy. Could somebody help me on
Why, sure. Bing and Jack, be gallant and help a little girl with the shoes. You go right over there, Ann. This is Ken Carpenter, ladies and gentlemen. I have a microphone here and will report this amazing spectacle as I see it. Mr. Benny has a monstrous GI shoe in his hands and is about to place it on Miss Miller's tiny left foot. Mr. Benny is bending down. Now Mr. Crosby bends down. Now they're preparing to lace up the brogans. Miss Miller is wearing a beautiful ensemble this evening. Mr. Crosby is wearing, well, we'll skip that. It's a beautiful day out here today, folks. We can see the purple mountains in the background. Both teams look to be in great shape. The referee's about to blow his whistle. The horses are nearing the starting gate. Are you all set? Fellas, here's Ann Miller tap dancing for the AEF and a pair of GI battle wagons.
Thank you, Ann Miller. Now you know what it's like in the infantry. One of those shoes looks like my Maxwell. Hey, Bing, will you kill a little more time here? I got to go help Annie with her shoes. So long, fellas.
Stay right.
So long, Bing. We'll see you later.
Anyway, gang, one of the finest. May I join you, boys? We're now removing Miss Ann Miller's brogans. This makes go far into the night. One of the finest letters that ever pulled into Old Command Performance asked us to sing the song One Alone. I'd like to bounce it off for the guys who wrote that letter. My hunch is that they're somewhere north of Rome tonight, still paving the long road to Berlin. But wherever they are, they'll know that this one is for them. One alone to be my own. I alone to know her caress. One to be eternally the one my worshiping soul possesses. At her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine alone. Magic world to me if she were mine sort of licks the platter clean for the time being, gang. It's swell getting together with you again. The best of the best from the mob here on Command Performance. And I'm saying goodnight for each one of them. Oh, just a minute. Harpo, Marx wants to say goodnight for himself here. Harpo? So long from over here to over there.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is KERA-FM Dallas. You're a listener. Become a member.
operator. This is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
That was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on till. Phil, listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill. Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times. But, Mr. Fink, you shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the malted milkshake. Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere. Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little, but you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them. That was an accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat. Oh, all right. Here are your nickels.
Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of... Hello?
Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie. This is urgent. I must see you immediately regarding a certain proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I didn't mind last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This proposition is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Everybody. How are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, and the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Miss Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Bennett's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiles?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard, Clara Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir. But he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Hello? Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
So long. Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack, why, it's Jack Benny. Well, Jack, this is really a surprise.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. When I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Jack, will you forget business? Forget business for a while. Business, business, business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh,
yes.
thank you.
Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up and look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that.
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack, never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. After all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that will tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really? It's where I say to her, Connie... See, that's your name in the picture, Connie. My name is Billy Boy. Really? Yeah, look at this. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this is after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. Now, listen, how's Ida? Did she see my picture?
No, she didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the screen.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie, I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag. I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute. Yeah. Now, don't misunderstand
what
I'm going to
Jack,
say. You know. Now, look at. You've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk.
Come on, Jack. Let me hear. I'm your friend.
I'm acting like a kid.
No. Jack, it's all right.
Drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Then, Jack, from what you've just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture, they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble seat.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble seat?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject, but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Yeah, what, Eddie?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept with.
You really saw? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into a mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her to... Listen. I've been just telling Harry Bonzel how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee.
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is. Yes. I am going to New York in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
You see, want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. I'm going over there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's his favor, you?
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You're wanted at the stage show, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah Shaw.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. Can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it shall it be that way. You told me not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes?
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Oh, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. But when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself. Wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Dinah. I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week. I wonder what Cantor really pays there.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller announcer. And he's so unreasonable. Well, I offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth.
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
That tells me we'll get 1 million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get 1 million smiles.
You rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
That's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, healthful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No.
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
You said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester, boss. I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
All that cheap tricks. The minute my back is turned, tries to steal my cash. You can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't it the truth?
Rochester. Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he's doing.
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
First one for Mad Russia.
Comrade, I'm your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel.
Aha!
And I love him. He's like my own brother.
Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling.
Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero.
Oh, stop.
Mr. Benny, I've decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny?
Because I like him. I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing Love in Blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I propose. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you.
Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong?
There's nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson. And after that, I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
Surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we depart
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The president of which, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, is engaged in one of America's favorite indoor sports. Oh, not table tennis, not bridge, not charades, not putting golf balls into a paper cup. This pastime requires more accuracy, more muscle, and more finesse than any of those. It's called rearranging the living room furniture. And as his wife Victoria so well says...
But after all, dear, we can't just leave things the way they are forever and ever. You know what Voltaire said? Changez tout hors vos amours. Change everything except your loves.
Thank you for excluding me from your alterations.
Oh, you're my one permanent possession, darling. Collector's item.
I hope so. But frankly, I was well satisfied with this living room the way it was. To quote another French authority, Alphonse Carr, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it is the same thing.
Darling, you really have a lovely Parisian accent. It's gorgeous.
Naturally. I spent 3 whole days in Paris learning how to say, où est la Express Company Américain? Now, where did you say you wanted this armchair?
In the corner there, just to the right of the bay window, see?
Oh, but that's where we had it, darling, 10 minutes ago, and you didn't like it.
Yeah, but that was before we put the piano over here.
Oh, yes. Well, how silly of me. But tell me one thing, before I suffer complete muscular collapse.
Yes, dear.
Do you think by any chance that this final rearrangement will be final?
Yes, Tony, definitely.
Would you care to make an informal agreement to that effect? In writing?
Well, for how long?
Say, 90 days. Non-renewable.
90 days? Well, good heavens, in 10 days you'll want to change things. You'll say, I don't like this big chair here because there's no light to read by. And you'll be perfectly right. And I'll cheerfully admit it, and we'll move everything back. But there's a man for you, always wanting to be reasonable.
Well, it's an arguable point, but I'm too weak for rebuttal. All right, here we go.
Yeah, a little more to the left here. Oh, yes, more. That's it. Oh, that's perfect.
Oof, I'm glad that's done. Are we through now?
Yes, darling. All through.
Good.
except for rehanging the pictures.
Couldn't we settle for something simpler? Such as scraping off the wallpaper with an old razor blade and painting a mural?
This won't take but a minute, Toddy. Now, we'll leave the Toulouse-Lautrec where it is and put the Gauguin over the fireplace. You know, there's one nice thing about having good reproductions instead of originals.
Yes, we don't have to keep lending them to museums.
Yeah. What I meant was that nobody can come in, look at our pictures, and say, oh, that's a fake. How much do you get stuck for it?
Now, if we had mural paintings in here instead of... Oh, good heavens.
What's the matter?
Oh, Vicky, I just had a moment of almost divine revelation.
What?
Even the early Etruscans of mysterious origin knew the secret. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Mayans, and the Aztecs, they all knew it. And I, in my stupidity, never realized it until now. Oh, the shame of it.
William, what on earth are you talking about?
Why, the origin of mural painting. The why of it. Why did those ancients start painting on the stone walls instead of boards and canvases?
Well, why did they?
Well, simply so some woman couldn't come along 2 weeks later and say, I don't like it.
And it also accounts for all those dead civilizations.
It does?
Yes. The people got so sick of seeing the same paintings in the same place year after year, they burned the cities, covered them with 90 feet of dirt, and ran away.
Yes, it's possible, I suppose. Though it would seem to be carrying artistic criticism to a rather frantic extreme. Now, where do we put the Gauguin?
Leave it where it is. Then we'll hang the Matisse over the mantelpiece and put this one over the sofa.
What is that?
It's a painting I found up in the attic. Don't you remember it?
No, and please don't accuse me of having bought it.
Darling, you painted it. This is an early William T. Hall. You see down in the corner there, is he? William T. Hall, 1934, see?
Yes, I do remember it now. I submitted that to the Chicago Art Institute once for an exhibit. They sent it back with a very interesting appraisal.
What did they say?
Well, I don't recall the exact wordage, but the sense of the comment was, hanging is too good for it. You really like it?
But, Toddy, I liked it even before I knew you did it. It was dusty, but I washed it gently with soap and water, and I think it's really stimulating. Has it got a title?
Oh, no, it's an abstract. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, if it doesn't mean anything, why did you paint it?
Oh, possibly for the sheer pleasure of expressing myself in form and color. The same reason that a pianist practices runs and chords. However, piano exercises don't make concerts. This painting of mine now, you can't. It doesn't make a... It's not... you know, it is interesting, isn't it?
I said so at the beginning. Now, where shall we hang it?
In the garage, along with my old license plates. But for the moment, let's hide it. I have an appointment with Alfred Chermondy.
Who is he?
He's a young gentleman who is quite pertinent to this discussion, oddly enough. A very talented art student who, as president of the Art Society, has dictated what type of painting shall be entered in the annual exhibit.
Well, there can't be much wrong with that. You said he was talented.
Yes, in an abstract sort of way. As a matter of fact, in a totally abstract sort of way. He doesn't like anything else and isn't allowing any other type of painting in the art show. Abstracts are his first and only love.
Then he must have had a very strange first love life. Or else his craft is ebbing.
Vicky, I'm afraid you have gone too far. You're too young.
Oh, no, you win. Why is this abstracted young man coming here?
Well, as a traditional formality, the president of the Art Society will drop by to ask the president of Ivy to be one of the judges.
And what will you say?
I only know what I would like to say, if dignity and courtesy permitted. I sometimes wonder, in view of Mr. Chermondy's presumption, if now and then a painting doesn't get a shellacking which is more deserved by the artist.
Good evening, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Germany. Dr. Hall is expecting you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Alfred.
Good evening, Dr. Hall.
And how is the exhibit coming along?
Almost ready to go. We have an excellent collection of paintings. You'll have a hard time picking the best ones, Dr. Hall. And, incidentally, according to the tradition, I have the honor of inviting you to be a judge.
Well, thank you very much, but I'm afraid I must decline.
You decline? But why, Dr. Hall?
Alfred, I am an exponent of healthy nonconformity, but you are insisting on your own brand of conformity in this show. You've screened the exhibitors through the thumbhole of your own palette.
Well, I've limited all paintings to abstracts because I believe they'll contribute the most towards the advancement of art.
It is your narrow limitation to which I object. But apart from that, would you throw Cézanne and Renoir into oblivion? And Rembrandt into the ash heap? Do you also mean to dispense with early Picasso?
Of course not. Picasso is a total conceptualist in simultaneity, just as I am.
Oh, I say, are you really?
I've seen some of your work, Alfred. You have a genuine talent. But I cannot see anything of real life or emotion in it. And you seem to demand that I do.
Well, the world has seen enough of real life. What has it led to? Confusion. We propose to point the way out of that confusion.
With a paintbrush? That's quite an assignment.
Look, we propose to create a new reality.
Well, I kind of like the one we've got. It may not be a palace, but it's home.
Alfred, I had a good art teacher at one time. And while he failed to make a master painter of me, he taught me to see. I can look into a puddle of mud and see the subtleties of gray and brown and green, and the iridescent beauty of a swirl of oil. I can see form and pattern in a barbed wire fence, and the blue and the violet in the shadow of a dead tree. I cannot accept your kind of perception, which does not see the puddle, the fence, or the dead tree.
Well, that may be, Dr. Hall, but we tell people what to see. That's the function of the plastic consciousness of sympathetic universalism. That's its unique advantage.
Advantage. Now, there's a word I recognize.
Now, consider the unique advantage of the interpenetration of planes. Velocity is an absolute.
'Twas brillig in the slidey toves to jar and gimble in the wave.
What was that again, Mrs. Hall?
All mimsy were the bolagroves and the mome rats out grave.
That's Lewis Carroll's Jabberwockies, like your Jabberwocky. Only he made fun of such things, and you proposed to make use of them. At a moment when mankind needs artists to remind them of their essential dignity, you would make them feel doubtful about the value of kindness and pity. So you see, I'm prejudiced, and that's why I must decline to serve as a judge, Alfred.
I'm sorry, our viewpoints are not en rapport, Dr. Hall.
En rapport? Où est la express company américaine?
It's also discouraging to find the head of an educational institution unwilling to accept new concepts. Well, I'm sorry to have taken up your time, sir.
Oh, not at all.
Good night, Dr. Hall.
Good night.
Good night.
Awfully young, isn't he?
Yes, I'm afraid this young man has taken his gift of self-confidence back to the store and exchanged it for a package of ego.
Yes. I feel a little sorry for him. He wants to express himself and doesn't know yet that self-expression is from the heart as well as from the head.
Oh, I'm in favor of Alfred expressing himself. Preferably to some place like British Guiana, and I will be happy to pay the express.
And away, la Express Americana. Oh, no, all right. But who will you get to judge this art exhibit in your place?
Well, I think perhaps someone like Charles Nevers.
Charles Nevers? Who's he?
He's a man with sharp critical judgment and a superb collection of contemporary art. He understands both its creative and its functional aspects. Yes, Nevers is definitely the man for this.
I never heard of him. Is he an artist or just a collector?
Well, he's a wallpaper manufacturer. Just the critic to give our Alfred a metaphorical pasting.
Voice of America is bringing you this rebroadcast presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. As we return to the Halls of Ivy, the Halls are wearing a single-tone look of concern with contrasting words of relief. Dr. Hall's acquaintance, Charles Nevers, has consented to take over the job of judging a coming Art Society's exhibit.
I appreciate your asking me, Dr. Hall, but why do you want me to replace you?
Well, because I formed an opinion even before the contest begins, and that is the gravest wrong a man can perpetrate against his fellows. To judge with prejudice.
Yeah, and because you're a specialist in modern art, Mr. Nevers.
I like all forms of art, so long as they're honest.
Yes, in art as in any other department of life. There's no substitute for integrity. I don't feel that if I fail to understand a painting, that painting is bad per se. On the other hand, I have no compulsion to join any cult of admiration because it is the thing to do. A model gets paid for posing. Too many artists and too many critics do it for nothing. Well, it's unfair competition. And if I...
Louisa's marketing, William. I'll get it. Excuse me.
Thank you, darling. Now, where was I, Mr. Nevers?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. This won't take long, even if you do have company.
Hello, Mr. Wellman.
I'm not in the habit of asking favors. Hello, Dr. Hall. After all, it's not a request, just a recommendation.
Mr. Wellman, this is Mr. Nevers.
Nevers. Nevers? Yes. Convention, Chicago, trademark, yes. Wallpaper, as I remember, 1947 wallpaper. I never forget a wallpaper. How do you do?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Wellman.
And Mr. Nevers and I were just having a discussion about modern art.
Well, I'm not really interested, not in art exhibits, even though this one is different. I still don't understand it. But my wife does, and that's good enough for me because I don't understand my wife. And that's what I came to talk to you about.
What, your wife, Mr. Wellman?
Yes, exactly, Mrs. Hall. My wife has a friend who has a daughter.
Well, it's a small world, isn't it?
And her daughter goes to Ivy. She paints. She painted the picture in this exhibit, and that's what I came to see you about. Nothing very big, nothing too obvious, something small. Good prize.
But, Mr. Wellman...
See what you can do. Porter.
I beg your pardon?
Porter. That's the girl's name.
Oh.
I told you, Dr. Hall.
Well, Mr. Wellman, I'm sure you don't mean that the judges of this exhibit should be biased or show any kind of favoritism.
I don't? No, well, I guess not.
No, you are simply suggesting that Mr. Nevers here should not overlook the entry of the daughter of the friend of your wife.
What has Mr. Nevers got to do with my wife's daughter? I mean my friend's wife. I mean my daughter's friend. What do you mean, Dr. Hall?
Mr. Wellman, I am not a judge in the contest. Mr. Nevers is taking my place.
But he's a businessman. I mean, what has business got to do with art? Unless you want to sell it.
I agree with you, Mr. Wellman, that this is an exhibit and not a sales convention. However,
Thank you, Mr. Nevers. Naturally, you as a businessman would see the situation clearly, but I am shocked, Dr. Hall, that you would turn a cultural event into which an opportunity for an art exhibit into a sordid commercial enterprise.
If I were doing that, then I would also be shocked, Mr. Wellman. However, the simple fact is that I have disqualified myself because of a prejudicial viewpoint.
Oh? So, you don't understand that doodling either. Well, in that case, who'll know the difference? Give a first prize.
No, Mr. Wellman, many people will know the difference, especially Mr. Nevers, because there's a difference of merit between the various samples of what you call doodling.
Well, I told you I wasn't interested. But what am I going to tell my wife?
Well, tell her the truth, that you didn't get to first base.
She hates baseball, Mrs. Hall. Well, all I can say is, wallpaper. Good day, Mr. Nevers. Good day, Dr. Hall. Don't bother Miss Hall. I know my way out.
He seems to have a strong resistance to a contrary opinion.
Yeah, or a contrary resistance to a strong opinion.
Well, your awareness of that fact is one of the reasons why I'm glad you're going to be a judge this afternoon, Mr. Nevers.
Are you sure you still want me? I'll have to give my honest opinion, and that might lead to more trouble with Mr. Wellman.
If your opinions of the art show don't lead to trouble with Mr. Wellman, I shall suspect their integrity. Good hunting, Mr. Nevers.
Play the piano for a long time, Toddy.
It's very soothing.
It's very satisfying, too. On a piano, everything is right there in black and white.
I hope Mr. Nevers found the exhibit interesting.
Yeah, I hope so, too. Do you remember how much fun we had, darling, trotting around those galleries and museums in London?
I'm surprised that I didn't view every display with scorn and contempt.
Why?
Well, because I had walking by my side the most beautiful exhibit in all England.
Oh, that's a good one, that is.
As a matter of fact, my love, while I was pointing out some inspired composition, some masterpiece of light and shadow, I was most likely looking at you instead of the painting.
That was probably because you had to point at things with your left hand. I was holding on to your other one. Oh, Toddy, you were so nice to be with, and still are.
Thank you, my sweet. I echo the sentiment with fervency and gratitude. Life with you is like walking through a permanent exhibit of everything that's good and beautiful. You're a one-man show, darling. And I'm happy to be the one man. And I'm glad, too, that...
No, Louise will answer the door, darling. Maybe Mr. Nevers to report about the exhibit.
Mr. Wellman, without whom life would be so placid. However, placidity can turn to just acidity if its monotony is not relieved by a... Oh, come in, Mr. Wellman.
I am in. Hello. Did you know, Dr. Hall, that Mr. Nevers completely ignored the Porter girl? Ignored her painting completely. Not even honorable mention, despite my personal recommendation. Did you know that?
No, we didn't, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, I'm sure, Mr. Wellman, that he judged her work solely on the basis of its merit, without any other consideration.
Of course he did. Bless his heart. Her painting was the worst thing in the show. Looked like it was painted with a toothbrush. With oil out of a sardine can. Horrible. My wife is terribly upset, but not I. I'm delighted.
Well, we thought you wanted her to win the prize, Mr. Wellman.
I did, naturally, because of my wife. Had her heart set on it. Otherwise, I never would. Suppose she had won a prize. How would it make me look? Me, chairman of the board of governors. A man in my position trying to use my influence. Did you hear what Mr. Nevers did and what Alfred Shermanley did after Mr. Nevers did it?
No, we didn't.
Why, he offered that fellow, that Shermanley, he offered him $1,000 for the right to use his painting to make a wallpaper pattern. That wasn't a prize, it was a sale.
Are you shocked at the fact that the special award was given for design, or are you protesting that $1,000 was paid for it?
Both. Who's that?
Well, you go right ahead, Mr. Wellman, and I'll find out for you.
Well, his $1,000 is his, but the reputation of Ivy is mine. What will happen to our art department? Laughing stock.
Excuse me for interrupting, Dr. Hall, but I had to see you.
Of course. Come in, Alfred. You know Mr. Wellman?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Wellman.
Bravo, Alfred Shermanley. 3 cheers.
What do you mean, cheers?
Because even if it isn't good business sense, you turned down the $1,000. That's idealism. That's what I was cheering. And that's all I have to say, Dr. Hall. Good day. Congratulations, Shermanley, and my sympathy.
Yeah, give my regards to Mrs. Wellman.
She's not speaking to me.
Goodbye. I would also like to congratulate you, Alfred. But why did you turn down the offer?
Dr. Hall, I've never been so humiliated in my life. I want to be recognized for my creativeness. I don't want to be insulted with just money.
Well, I'm glad I'm not so sensitive.
Besides, he doesn't know the first thing about art. If he thinks that my painting of time and space in limbo would make a good wallpaper pattern. Why, it was a new emotional configuration.
Well, here we go again.
Mr. Nevers was biased. Besides being incompetent to judge this kind of art.
Yeah, I don't think Mr. Shermanley understands about Mr. Nevers, William.
Well, what is there to understand about a wallpaper manufacturer pretending to be an art critic?
Mr. Nevers has one of the finest collections of contemporary art in the United States.
He has? Well, anyone can buy paintings if they have the money. It doesn't make them critics.
Mr. Nevers is also rated as an expert on paintings, Alfred.
Oh. He is?
He's consulted by galleries all over the world and by the United States Customs Office to authenticate paintings.
No.
Yes.
Well, that makes all the difference.
Of course it does, Alfred. It's not a case of a businessman buying some of your art to make a label for toothpaste. This is a matter of an acknowledged art expert selecting one of your designs to make things brighter in American homes.
As long as your work hangs on people's walls, Alfred, what does it matter whether it's put up with wire or paste? I mean, you still contributed something. You created a new design for living. And people live in living rooms, not art galleries.
Well, maybe my trouble is I don't know enough about living. Or living rooms. I've been so busy living by a theory. Well, Dr. Hall, I'm glad you weren't one of the judges.
Yes, so am I. We can't afford to give anybody $1,000.
Well, it's not only that I'll be ahead $1,000, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall's refusal to judge this art exhibit has improved my judgment. I've lost some of my overconfidence, but I'm way ahead in my education.
Well, I'm glad I did something to fulfill my proper function, Alfred. I can't give cash prizes, but sometimes a little education is a prize worth winning. I believe with Aristotle that learning is an ornament in prosperity, a refuge in adversity, and a provision in old age.
At this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Alfred Tremondy was Paul Preece, and Mr. Nevers was Stanley Farrar. Tonight's script was written by Arthur Ross and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell.
One day a hush will fall, the footsteps of us all will echo down the hall and disappear. But as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of Ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow.
Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. In answer to many of your requests, here's Dennis singing his RCA Victor recording of Yeah, Sure, You Betcha.
Hilda, oh Hilda, I've an picture grand. Will ya, oh will ya, let me hold your hand? If I should ask you, do you love me too? Say yeah, sure, you betcha, I van think I do. In Wisconsin, Ole Johnson fell in love with a sweet Swedish Miss Hilda Swanson. He wooed her, he pursued her. All Wisconsin heard Johnson sing Swanson the song. Oh Hilda, I van think you're grand. Will ya, oh will ya, let me hold your hand? If I should ask you, do you love me too? Say yeah, sure, you betcha, hey Ben, think I do. Oh, I do, yes I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I do. If I should ask you, do you love me too? Say yeah, sure, you betcha, I Ben think I do. Oh Hilda, let this Swedish boy thrill ya until ya are yumpin' with joy. There at the preacher's when he says, will you? Say yeah, sure, you betcha, hey Ben think I do. Oh, I do, yes I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I do. There at the preacher's when he says, will you? Say yeah, sure, you betcha, hey Ben think I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I ben think I do.
A very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority Kay Dumas. Lovely hair, shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in hard or soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumas blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, there's quite a stir at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville this morning. We find our young hero, Dennis Day, in the dining room, helping to open several packages which have just arrived. For, strangely and excitingly enough, they're addressed to the more fragile half of the Anderson family.
Gee, Mr. Anderson, that's for you?
Yes, my dear little Poopsie girl picked it out for me herself. You like it, Dennis?
Oh, yes, sir. It's one of the prettiest aprons I've ever seen.
I think so, too. Notice how that blue ribbon just matches my eyes?
Oh, yes, sir. Shall we open the other packages now?
No need to. It's just the rest of my fall outfit. Mops, scrubbing brushes, and dust caps.
Gee, it sure is nice of Mrs. Anderson to let you have a whole new wardrobe.
Yes, well, you see, Poopsie won't be spending much time around the house during the day anymore. So she's taking me off of part-time and putting me on full-time.
Well, gosh, congratulations, Mr. Anderson. You sure have earned it. But why won't Mrs. Anderson be here during the day anymore?
What, didn't you know? She's going into business. She has an appointment with Homer Willoughby this morning.
Your wife is going into business with my boss? Holy smoke, another access to Führer and Il Duce.
Poopsie isn't going into business with him, Dennis.
Oh, well, gee, she isn't trying to get a job at the store, is she?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's good. Because our policy is the customer is always right. And if she was a clerk, who'd dare?
Your customers are perfectly safe, Dennis. Poopsie's going into business for herself.
For herself? Then what's Mr. Willoughby?
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, cuddle baby.
Mrs. Anderson, your husband was just telling me about you going into business and that my boss was involved in some way.
That's right. Haven't you heard about Mr. Willoughby taking over a dress shop?
Why, no, ma'am. I didn't know he had any interest in dresses at all. At least not vacant ones.
Well, he has. He was forced to foreclose a mortgage and take over the shop, and I'm going to buy it from him.
That is, if Mr. Gordon of that Fifi dress shop chain doesn't put in a higher bid.
Well, that's what this morning's meeting is for, to decide which one of us Mr. Willoughby will sell it to.
Gosh, I sure hope you get it, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, so do I. They have such stunning things. This man-tailored suit I'm wearing is one of their creations. Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It makes you look very virile.
What?
Well, what I mean is, it brings out your real personality.
It does, eh?
Yes, ma'am. Of course it hides you, but it brings out your... Could I have a moment to clarify my thinking on this?
Never mind. Come along if you want to drive down to Willoughby's with me. I don't want to be late.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for dropping the subject instead of me. Mrs. Anderson, are you sure you want to go into this business?
Of course.
But isn't a woman's place in the home?
Herbert will do there very nicely.
Yeah, I guess so. Would you like me to talk to Mr. Willoughby? Use my influence on him?
Dennis, will you stop thinking up ways to get me out of this deal?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to make this shop a big success. I might even get Mrs. Hannah Cabot II to wear one of my gowns. And wouldn't that be something?
Boy, I'll say. Who's she?
Just one of the 10 best-dressed women in America, that's all. And she's here in town right now to be the guest of honor at the country club dance.
Oh.
And, of course, it's very important to the success of a gown to be seen on just the right person.
Yes, ma'am. Is that why you bought a suit?
What?
I spoke without thinking it out far enough.
Well, be more careful in the future. Oh, this is the street, isn't it? Yes, and I believe there's a parking space right in front of Willoughby's store.
It's kind of narrow.
Dennis, I know how to park.
Well, Wait, Mrs. Anderson, you shouldn't drive in front with you got a back in. Perhaps I should take the wheel.
Please, I know you. Now look what you've done.
Me?
Yes, talking to me while I was parking. Your big mouth was open wider than the space I was trying to get in. His fender's dented, isn't it?
I don't know. I can't see it.
Why not?
It's on the roof of our car. Oh, my gosh, look. Here comes a policeman.
A policeman? Dennis, you were right. You may take the wheel.
Huh?
You heard me. Slide over and I'll sit where you are and hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
All right now. Faith, and let's see the droopers who's to blame for this.
What? How dare you, officer? Can't you see how that other car is parked? Or are you too dim-witted?
No, don't be after handing me that, lady. Trying to put the blame on some poor innocent driver who wasn't even in his car. I saw this car smash into it with my own eyes.
Now, see here.
Now, Colleen, me darling, what this fine broth of a lad saw, he saw. And divil a bit will get him to change his mind at all, McCushler storm of me.
Well, now, do you know, it's just possible that my eyes have deceived me. What's your name, lad?
Dennis O'Day, your worship, and may it please your honor.
Dennis O'Day. That wouldn't perchance be Irish, would it now, lad?
Sure, and it wouldn't be Czechoslovakian, your grace.
Not from the north of Ireland, I hope.
Faith, and not a bit of it, you all.
That's fine now. Well, it's easy to see what happened here. You were driving along, minding your own business, when all of a sudden this parked car smashed into you.
And without a word of warning, too. Will you look at the way he's parked, and not 2 blocks from a fire hydrant?
Sure, and he's a menace to safe drivers.
Indeed, and that's just what he is. Look at his car. Not even a tail light on it.
And you, on the other hand, even have an extra one on your front fender.
Oh, that I have. I'm a cautious darling, I am.
Oh, he is a darling, isn't he, officer? We all love him so.
I don't blame you for that, ma'am. And when I see the rascal who owns this other car, it's a ticket I'll be handing him straight off.
Good lad. He's a threat to human lives. He ought to be locked up. He's a... Ooh, what I see coming.
What's going on here? Hey, what happened to my car?
Well, Mr. Willoughby...
So you're the owner of this car, eh? Well, there's a nice ticket waiting for you, me man.
What?
Dennis, my dress shop. You can't let this happen.
No. You see, officer, there's been a mistake. The accident was all my fault, honest. Besides, I'm a Lithuanian.
Come now, my lad. It's nice of you to take the blame. But look at this fella's car. Parked 3 feet out from the curb.
But Mr. Willoughby didn't mean to do it. He'd probably been drinking again and didn't know what he was doing.
Drinking?
Now, see here.
Don't you know it's against the law to drive a car while drunk?
Sure, but you can't hold Mr. Willoughby for that. That law was passed long after his license expired.
What? Why, this boy is crazy, officer.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, eh? Well, drunk driving and no license is good enough for me. Come on, Willoughby. You're telling it to a judge.
No, wait.
Yes, wait.
Yeah, for heaven's sake, wait.
Come on, Willoughby. Start moving. And many thanks to you, lad. The top of the morning to you.
The top of the morning? Oh, I just fell to the bottom.
Oh, no, Dennis.
Yeah, it was just awful, Mildred. That's why I phoned you to come right down to the store. I'm almost positive I lost popularity with your mother.
Say, wait a minute. Mr. Willoughby being in jail is the answer to our whole problem.
Huh? Say it again. I may have missed a key word somewhere.
Look, who's Mother's rival for this shop? Mr. Gordon, the out-of-towner who owns that big dress chain. This is your chance to get rid of him and leave the field clear for Mother.
Get rid of him?
Sure, scare him off some way. He's due here for the meeting at... Oh, my gosh. Look, that must be Mr. Gordon crossing the street right now.
Oh, yeah. Quick, get out of sight. I'll think of something.
Okay.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, Mr. Willoughby in. I'm Mademoiselle Fifi.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. I thought you were Mr. Gordon.
I am Mr. Gordon. Mademoiselle Fifi is just a name I use, a trade name.
Oh, gee, you sure got the worst of the trade, huh?
Look, I'm a busy man. Is Mr. Willoughby in or isn't he in?
Yes, sir, he's in, and that's why he's not here. He won't be in till he's out.
What is this gibberish? I have an appointment to see Mr. Willoughby about buying that dress shop of his.
Gee, you're going to invest money here in Weaverville?
I am.
Boy, what a devil-may-care attitude.
What are you talking about? I've always heard that Weaverville is an up-and-coming town.
Well, it used to be up-and-coming, but all of a sudden it got down and went. I know, I live here.
You mean there's no business in town at all?
Last week this store didn't do 5 cents worth. Then this week it fell off a little.
But why can't you stimulate business? Did you ever try a 1-cent sale?
Oh, lots of them. Never sold a single penny.
Why, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
But how does Mr. Willoughby manage to run 2 stores and keep up a beautiful home?
Well, of course, if a fellow doesn't care how he gets his money...
What do you mean?
I'd rather not say unless you press me.
But I do press you.
Attaboy.
You mean to tell me Willoughby makes his money by underhanded methods?
Well...
Because if he does, I'll withdraw my offer for his dress shop immediately.
You mean that?
I do.
Lean forward, pal, and put your ear in my mouth.
Well, go on.
What would you say about a man who swindled $100,000 out of widows and orphans?
What? You mean Willoughby?
No, I didn't say he did. I just asked you what you think of it.
I think it's horrible. And I'm going to talk to Willoughby about it, too. Where is he?
They took him to jail this morning.
Jail? What for?
Haven't you been paying attention?
Huh? Oh. They caught up with his swindling operations.
That's better. For a minute, you had me worried.
What will they do with him?
Willoughby? Oh, with his connections, he'll get off.
He will?
Sure. They can't make a rap stick against him. Why, it wouldn't surprise me if any minute... Well, speak of the devil.
So, there you are. Oh, why, Mr. Gordon. Thank heavens I got back in time to see you.
Willoughby, is it true they took you to jail this morning?
Why, yes. But how did you know?
Never mind. And you beat the rap, eh?
Oh, sure. It was just a minor offense.
A minor offense? You call that a minor offense?
Well, of course. Well, I'll bet you've done worse than that yourself many times.
Oh, I have I? Willoughby, I'm withdrawing my bid for your shop. I want nothing more to do with you. Good day, sir.
But, Mr. Gordon... Dennis Day.
Gee, I'm beginning to hate that name.
Somehow I've got a sneaking suspicion that you had something to do with this.
Me, sir?
Yes, you, sir. First you had me clapped in the jail on a ridiculous traffic charge. And now I return to find this. Do you think there's no limit to my patience?
I don't know, but that's the way I'm praying.
Very well. I'm going to teach you and that Mrs. Anderson a lesson. I hereby accept her bid for my dress shop.
Accepted? Oh, Mr. Willoughby!
Dennis, stop that silly kissing. I just had these shoes shine.
But, Mr. Willoughby, I'm so grateful.
Oh, you are, huh? Grateful, huh? Ha, ha, ha.
Mr. Willoughby, that isn't a good, wholesome chuckle.
Oh, no? It might interest you to know that your Mrs. Anderson is stuck with a whole store full of brand new, latest style, long-length dresses.
That's bad?
In Wheelerville, it's murder. Why, there isn't a woman in town who'd touch one of those dresses on a bet. That's why the last owner went broke.
Oh, my gosh, I'm having a normal day again.
I didn't want to sell to anybody in town. I was content to stick that chain store man. But now, well, just tell Mrs. Anderson, happy bankruptcy.
But, Mr. Willoughby...
Tut, my boy. Those are my final words.
Yeah, and when I repeat them to Mrs. Anderson, I guess they'll be mine, too.
Oh, Dennis, you can't mean it. A whole store full of long dresses?
Every last one of them, Mildred.
Oh, my gosh. Well, what did Mother say when you told her?
She looked at me like she was seeing a ghost. I think it gave her an idea, too.
Golly, long dresses wouldn't be so bad if the women here were... Dennis, I think I have it.
Gee, it's marvelous. Every time we're in a little trouble, you come up with an idea that leads to suicide.
But this is foolproof, Dennis. Listen, have you ever heard of Mrs. Hannah Cabot II?
Oh, yeah, your mother mentioned her.
Do you know what would happen to Mother's business overnight if one of the 10 best-dressed women in America wore an Anderson gown to that country club dance?
Well, why would a woman like that wear a dress from a small-town shop?
Because a famous Parisian style authority is going to tell her they're the finest gowns ever designed. Do you know who?
Who?
You.
Who?
Oh, you can do it, Dennis. You do a marvelous French impersonation. And you can take one of the dresses along with you. Mother's got several of them here.
But, Mildred...
Oh, Mother, Dennis and I have the most marvelous idea.
Mildred, stop using vile language.
Vile language?
You said Dennis.
But, Mother, this idea...
I don't care to hear it. Your father and I are going to the shop and get busy protecting our investment. Come along, Herbert.
Lead the way, flame of desire.
get to work on Mrs. Cabot this very minute.
Oh, Mildred, these things always lead to such grief. Isn't there some other way?
Dennis, for heaven's sakes, don't tell me you're afraid to call on her.
All right, I won't. But believe me, I'm not shaking from courage.
Yes?
Bon voyage, monsieur.
Bon what?
You speak French?
Why, yes, of course.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Permit me, I should introduce myself. I am Vladimir Dekovich, greatest dress designer in all Moscow, which is a city in Russia and explains my accent.
Oh, I see. Well, of course, Russia has had some of the best dressed women of all time. Catherine the Great, the Grand Duchess Tatiana Romanova.
Oh, da, and I designed all their clothes.
What? But they've been dead for hundreds of years.
I did not say they look well in them, madame.
You're an awfully odd little man, aren't you? Just what is it you want of me?
Madame, I have here the most beautiful gown ever designed. It is from a little dress shop right here in town. I want you should wear it from the country club dance.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but I've already chosen my gown from Saks.
Oh, madame, my gown is more beautiful than any sack you have ever seen.
My dear friend, I was referring to Saks Fifth Avenue.
But a sack is a sack no matter what street you pick it up.
Are you quite sure you're a Russian-style authority, young man?
Oh, Ninochka, madame.
Oh, you never saw Russia in your life, and you know it.
Silly girl.
Now, you stop this nonsense right here and now. Come, man. What is your game?
Well, I guess I might as well tell you the truth. I'm not Russian at all. No. Well, I had to try this, Mrs. Cabot. I was desperate.
Oh?
Yes, ma'am. It's my girlfriend's mother. She's got a terrible problem.
I quite agree.
No, you see, she was tricked into buying a dress shop, and if it isn't a success, she'll lose all her money. So
you thought if I wore one of her creations, other women would follow my lead?
Yes, ma'am. You're one of the 10 women in America who are dressed or something. Won't you do it, Mrs. Cabot? I need you badly.
Well, I was a Girl Scout once, darn it.
Mrs. Cabot, then you will?
These dresses of yours, short skirts, I suppose.
Oh, no, ma'am. Long. The very latest.
Well, I'm surprised. And what about necklines?
Oh, they have them, too.
Yes, no doubt. I mean, are they high or low?
Oh, all kinds. You've got your choice from turtleneck to you'll be in Life magazine, but you could also be arrested.
You're quite refreshing in a jarring sort of way.
Thank you. But will you really wear my gown, Mrs. Cabot?
Oh, very well, young man. Leave it here and I'll wear it to the dance. What's more, I shall even phone the newspapers and tell them I'm doing so.
Oh, Mrs. Cabot, I just don't know what to say. Gee, I hope the alarm doesn't go off. This is the pleasantest dream I ever had.
I wish Mother would hurry, Dennis. The newspaper just came out, and I've already had 7 calls for fittings. Oh, Dennis, you're just marvelous.
Ah, shucks. What if I am? Gee whiz.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. When Mother hears about this, she'll just scream with joy. Mother, at last.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. You may kiss me if you like.
Kiss you?
Yes, ma'am. On the hand or on the face, wherever you find me the more desirable.
What are you talking about?
Mother, haven't you heard? Dennis got Mrs. Cabot to wear one of your long dresses to the dance tomorrow night.
You fool. This is a scream of joy?
Mother, don't you understand? Every woman in town will want one of your long dresses.
It's you who don't understand.
Herbert and I have just spent the entire night cutting 7 inches off every dress in our shop.
Oh, no, Mother.
Yes.
Boy, I sure hope there's nothing to this theory of reincarnation. I'd hate to have to go through a life like this again.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players demonstrate. Seen a hotel switchboard where 2 pretty telephone operators are talking.
What a nerve he has, thinking I'd go out on a date with a guy like him.
You mean that good-looking blonde boy? Gee, Mabel, he looked all right to me.
I got no complaints on the fella's look. But I'm telling you, Gertrude.
Imagine. Gee, you'd think one of his pals would tip him off to see his dentist, wouldn't you?
Well, one of his pals finally did, and here's what that fellow found out.
Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dand in the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the #1 ballad of the day, I Wish I Didn't Love You So.
I wish I didn't love you so. My love for you should have faded long ago. I didn't need your kiss. Why must your kiss torture me as long as this? I might be smiling by now with some new tender friend. Smiling by now, with my heart on the mend. But when I try, something in that heart says no. You're still there.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
Is late in coming to Mel Blanc's little town, and young lovers are taking advantage of the good weather by occupying lonely park benches. On a bench in one secluded spot of the park, Mary Jones is saying to her boyfriend,
Tom, here comes the policeman. You better take your arm down.
And in another secluded spot, Shirley Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Bob, here comes a policeman. Better stop kissing me.
And in another dimly lit spot where Betty Colby is sitting with her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
Mel, here comes a policeman. Better stop feeding the squirrels.
Well, the evening progressed, time passed, and once again Betty spoke.
Oh, Mel, can't you be more romantic?
Oh, I'm sorry, Betty. May I hold your hand?
Of course.
May I put my arm around you?
Uh-huh.
May I kiss you?
But, Mel...
Oh. Pardon me, officer. Do you mind getting up so I can sit next to my girl? Thanks.
You can kiss me now, Mel. Well?
Officer, haven't you got any place to go?
No, I don't have to check in till 9 o'clock.
Well, come on, Betty. Let's walk back to the fix-it shop.
Oh, what a way to spend an evening. I should have listened to my father and gone out with Willie Murdoch tonight.
Oh, Betty, let's not argue now. You look so beautiful tonight.
Oh, thanks, darling.
Just like the cover girl on this month's Hardware Journal.
That's sweet.
Miss Pressure Cooker of 1947. Hey, look, Betty, I'm going to show your father who's better, Willie or me. Tomorrow night, I'm going to really take you out. I'll show you the best time you ever had.
That's wonderful, Mel.
First, I'll take you to dinner. You'll eat and eat and eat until you'll never be able to look at another Frankfurter.
So that's your idea of a good time, Mel Blanc. No wonder Father likes Willie better. In fact, Father may announce our engagement any day.
What? Oh, we can't do that. Betty, we'll elope.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, no. No, that's terrible. I just remembered his new shotgun.
Oh, Mel, stop worrying. You know Father never shoots anything but blank.
That's what I'm worried about.
You are a coward. You just haven't any courage.
Well, you're right, Betty. I can't figure it out. I'm such a good actor, and when I act like a tough guy, I'm really tough. Why can't I be like that all the time?
Oh, you can't even act tough.
Oh, no? Listen to this. Okay, copper. This is it, see? I'm going to let you have it, see? You got a minute to live, see? Officer, why must you keep following us around like this?
I just want to be sure this young lady got you home all right. So long, O'Brien.
O'Brien. You see, Betty, he thought I was Pat.
No, Margaret.
Well, here's your fix-it shop, Mel. I'm going home now. What about the elopement?
Well, listen, Betty. We're eloping at 12 midnight, see? You'll be ready, and I'll bring the gat, see?
The gas?
Yeah, the stepladder. Well, so long, Betty, say.
So long, Mel. I'll be ready.
Okay, Betty, say. Look for me. I'll be waiting for you. Step up and... Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. How are you tonight?
Blank, you were out with my daughter Betty tonight, weren't you?
Oh, how did you know, Mr. Colby?
As soon as she came home, she went to the kitchen and made herself a sandwich.
Gosh, no wonder Betty told me to stop feeding those squirrels. I didn't know she was hungry.
Now listen, you nincompoop. I told you to stay away from my daughter. You don't seem to be getting the idea. Maybe you'll get it better if I mop up the floor with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Mr. Colby.
Oh, you mean you get the idea?
No, I mopped up the floor this morning.
Oh. Now, see here, Mel. Just stay away from the house, and that's all.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't try to call, either.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't send any letters.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't keep saying, yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Blank, you have no courage. You're nothing but a jam fish. Jelly's too good for you. Why didn't you talk up to him? Why didn't you say, listen, Mr. Colby, I'm not afraid of you, see? I'm tougher than you are, see? And I'll... What am I talking about? He's liable to kill me. Gosh, I'm afraid to elope tonight. What am I going to do? I know. Oh, Zookie!
What do you want, Mel?
Look, Zookie, I'm supposed to elope with Betty at midnight tonight. I want you to go over and tell her I won't be there. Now you take the stepladder and you put it up.
Gee, this is romantic. Just like Romeo and Juliet and Hamlet. And now I'll put the ladder up against the house and I'll let you climb up. Gosh, it's dark. And now I'll open the window.
Mel, darling, you're here. Kiss me. Zookie, it's you.
But thanks anyway.
Where's Mel?
Well, he said to tell you he
can't come.
That's it.
But why?
Betty, what's going on up there?
Oh, it's Father.
Zookie, is that you?
Yeah.
What are you doing up on that ladder?
Oh, I'm painting the house.
Get down here this minute. There. Zookie, did Mel Blanc send you here?
Well, yeah, he was supposed to elope with Betty, but he was afraid to come.
Ah, so that's it. You tell him if I ever see him around here again, I'll break every bone in his body.
Oh, okay, Mr. Colby. Gee, poor Mel. For 5 years he's been wanting to marry Betty. He'll never get married. He'll never get married. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
The ship of love becomes a wreck when a breath of trouble climbs on deck. Yes, that little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is fatal to romance. That's why it's so important to use Colgate tooth powder regularly. You see, anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath. So follow this rule. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Mr. Miller, the sportsman, and Old Buttermilk Sky.
Old Buttermilk Sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's the good word tonight? Are you gonna be mellow tonight? Old Buttermilk Sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm gonna pop her the question, that question. Do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, so easy, if I can only bank on you. Oh, Buttermilk Sky, I'm telling you why, now you know. Keep it in mind tonight, keep a brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, Buttermilk Sky,
don't you fail me when I'm needing you most.
Hang a moon above her hitching post, hitch me to the one I love. I'm gonna hitch me to the one I love, 'cause you're the one gal that I'm dreaming of. You can if you try. Don't tell me no I couldn't fit if you try. Will you be mellow and bright tonight? Buttermilk Sky.
Mel was too frightened to elope with his girl Betty last night, so he sent his assistant Zookie over in his place. Betty's father, Mr. Colby, caught Zookie, and now Mel really is in trouble. But the wonderful thing about Mel is that no matter how trouble piles up on him, he can always concentrate on his work in the fix-it shop. Right now, his clear-thinking brain and nimble fingers are meticulously probing at the inner workings of a Swiss timepiece.
Gosh, I wonder why I haven't heard from Betty. She must hate me.
Swiftly, with experienced fingers, he finds the root of the trouble.
If I only had enough courage, I'd go to Betty's father, and I'd...
Now he gently taps into place the delicate movement of this precision watch.
Now it's working fine. Let's see now. What else was I? Uh-oh. It's that lady killer, Willie Murdoch, the new manager of Mr. Colby's market.
Hi, Blank. I just came by to tell you that Mr. Colby says he's going to break every bone in your body if you come near the house.
Oh, yeah? Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Mel Blanc, you coward.
But
Father has me locked in the house, and if you don't come here at midnight tonight to get me out, I'll never talk to you again.
But Bet...
You better be there. Goodbye.
But Bet...
Who was that?
But Bet...
Oh, Betty. Well, I gotta go now, Blank. And remember, stay away from that house.
Listen, Murdoch, I'm not afraid of Colby, see? Tell him I'm getting tough, see? Tell him what I sound like, see? See? What do I sound like, see?
Like a Mexican saying yes. Now, here comes Mr. Cushing, your lodge president. So long.
So long.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Well, how are things at your house?
Wonderful, Mel, wonderful. Nothing like home life. I got the sweetest, most charming little woman in the world.
Mr. Cushing, I never heard you talk like that about your wife.
What wife? I just got a new maid. What a change it's brought, Mel. The three of us working together hand in hand.
Hand in hand?
Yes, my wife gave me the back of her hand, but she found my hand in the maid's hand. What a woman. Ha! Mel, I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money.
Well, you're not the first man to get into trouble on account of money, Mr. Cushing. Money is the root of all evil.
Yes, Mel, and my wife has such big, fat roots. All she does is accumulate money, buying bonds, clipping coupons, making deposits, burying money.
Well, what's the good of it? She can't take it with her.
I know. She's sending it on ahead. You know,
Mel, the only consolation I have is that when she does get there, her check won't be worth the asbestos it's written on. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what it's on. You think you got troubles, Mr. Cushing? I want to get married to Betty, and Mr. Colby won't let me. Best friends you ever had. Oh, but I really want to get married. Besides, if I don't, my rival, Willie Murdoch, will marry her. Willie will marry Betty? Yeah. Best friends you ever had. Mel, I'm going to give you my last word of advice. Take this from a man who knows. Before marriage, everything is wonderful. Strawberries and cream. And after the marriage? Hives. Well, I don't care. I got a trunk full of calamine lotion. My trouble is getting up enough courage to elope with my girl tonight. What's the matter, afraid? Yeah. I can't figure myself out. When I act like a tough guy, I'm so tough. If I could only get that actor to become the real me, then I could go up there and elope. Mel, I know just the man for you to see. Dr. Robert Reamer, a psychiatrist. He'll bring out the tough guy in you. Well, how come he didn't do it for you? My wife got to him first. Now, here's his card, Mel. I believe he charges $25 a visit. Well, so long, Brother Zebra. Oh, so long, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo. $25. Ugga. So you see, Doc, Mr. Colby said if I ever came near the house again, he'd break every bone in my body.
Mr. Blank, from what you've told me, I can see that you are reacting neurotically to a normal situation. In other words, you lack the courage to go through with an elopement.
In other words, Doc, I'm too young to die.
Now I'm going to show you a series of ink blots. No doubt you've seen the picture, The Dark Mirror, in which Lou Ayres shows ink blots to Olivia de Havilland in order to determine her sanity, inasmuch as she plays the part of twins and is involved in the murder case.
Look, Doc, I came here to be examined, not to see a preview.
Now. Here is the first of the ink blots. What does this remind you of?
A leaky fountain pen.
No. Now, look at this blot.
That looks like a sardine stain on a breadcrumb surrounded by buttermilk.
Oh, excuse me. I'm showing you the piece of paper I had my lunch on. Well, we'll try word association. Now, I'll mention a word, and you say the first thing that comes into your head. Red.
Green.
Stop.
Go.
Apartment.
I'll take it.
We'd better attempt to delve into your childhood experiences. Lie back. Think. Go back. Back. How far back are you?
Oh,
fine. Okay, Doc. Doc, snap out of it! We went too far back. Mr. Blank, I know just what your trouble is. Frustration neurosis. However, you have to be at your elopement by 12 tonight, so we'd better go now.
Oh, but Dr. Reamer, I'm scared.
Don't you worry. I'll accompany you to the Colby house, and by the time we get there, you'll be dominated completely by the actor in you. Now, the first thing to do... Got it straight, Mr. Blank?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, Betty, come on down, say.
No. Quiet. Father will hear you.
Who cares? Let's go, say. Betty, come on down this minute, say.
Mel Blanc, I didn't think you'd have nerve enough, but this is the end. I've stood enough. I'm not talking anymore, and now I'm going to...
Quiet, John L. Lewis. Come on, Betty, let's go, say.
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone.
Just a second, everybody. I'm Dr. Reamer. I can see you all need some personality adjustment. Quiet, Mr. Colby. Now, if you'll accompany me into the house, I think I can quickly straighten this thing out. I think our talk has been most beneficial.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
If you're looking for romance, be very sure that no little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, will come between you and your heart's desire. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, night and morning and before every date. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. As for cleaning, no dentifrice at any price will clean your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS. Columbia Broadcasting System.
of America presents The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests James Mason, Fulton Hoffman, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Yours truly, Kenny Delmar, is here to remind you that starting tonight, your host for The Fred Allen Show is your friendly Ford dealer. What Fred Allen is to comedy, what cheese is to pie, what Abbott is to Costello, what Tiddly is to Wink. That's what your friendly Ford dealer is to your Ford. Because your Ford dealer knows your Ford best. For every service need, it will pay you to remember that it pays to bring your Ford back home for service.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Ford dealers start their new program by introducing an old model.
You're not kidding.
And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In Portland tonight, we have a lot of work to do. Now that this is the Ford Dealers program, you know, we really should have a Ford slogan or something like that. Ford Dealers, you know.
I was up all night writing a jingle.
Oh, really? A Ford Dealers jingle? How does it go?
If your car is on the bum, if your motor doesn't hum, your Ford dealer is the man for you. He will fix it as good as new.
Say, that's very good, you know. Even the DeMarcos are applauding. They know they have no competition. hearing that singing, Portland, for a minute, I thought this was the prudential hour. I think we better let the four dealers decide on their own jingles. Tell me, what's in the news this week?
Hildegard was robbed.
Say, I read that.
The burglars took her jewels and fur coat.
Well, I know. When the police got there, Hildegard found that her French accent was gone, too. What? They searched two waiters at Longshanks. They thought, what else is new?
Low State Theater stopped vaudeville.
Oh, I hate to see vaudeville go. A lot of big stars played Low State.
Didn't Jack Benny play there?
Yes, Little Axe worked there, too. What an act Benny used to do. His best was an American flag. He used to wear a cellophane coat so you could look in and see the flag. For the finish of his act, Benny would play the glowworm, and his violin would light up.
Is Jack really...
It shows he can't even get laughs on our program.
Cheap as he says he is?
Cheap? Well, he's not doing himself justice. Even today, in Benny's house, they keep the food 2 feet off the ground. 2 feet off the ground. All of the food is hung that way, so that if a mouse does get anything, if a mouse does get anything to eat, he has to jump for it. A mouse in Benny's house with a Charlie horse is really out of luck. That reminds me, Portland, I'm going to be out of it, too, if I don't start for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, on December 26, 1947, New York City had its worst snowstorm since the famous blizzard of 1888. And so our question this evening is, down through the years, what is the worst storm you can recall?
Shall we go?
As Lee Schubert said when somebody asked him who else was in the business, it's Jake with me. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, I guess this Senator Claghorn had a big New Year's Eve. There are 10 empty Broma Seltzer bottles on the front steps there. Well, let's knock.
Who's whamming my naughty farm? Oh, it's you again, son.
Yes, Senator.
Well, son, I got the beezy-weezy. Have I got a hangover? Yeah, my head feels like there's a porcupine in there pressing his quills against my eyeballs.
Irritating thought. New Year's Eve was too much for you, eh, Senator?
Yeah, Washington was jumping, son. I was invited to 3 different parties.
3?
Yeah, I only went to 2 of them.
Well, why, Senator?
Son, I ain't messing around with no third party.
I hope you're not neglecting business.
No, son, I'm working now on a bill to combat inflation.
Well, how can you stop rising prices?
I'm calling in every pair of suspenders in the country.
And when you have every pair of suspenders?
Things will start dropping.
Well, tell me, Senator, what is the worst storm you have ever seen?
Well, the worst snowstorm I ever seen was last week.
Was the snow bad down there in Washington?
Traffic was paralyzed, son.
Yeah?
Trains was canceled, cars were stalled, buses was tied up.
Gosh.
In Washington, only one thing was running.
What?
Henry Wallace. So long, son. So long, Henry.
Well, it'll take more than snow to stop Henry, I guess. Well, let's not keep Mr. Moody waiting.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, what is the worst storm you ever remember?
Oh, I reckon it was back in the winter of 91.
It was a bad storm, eh?
Yes. It started off with the wind blowing for 2 days.
The wind, huh?
Yeah. Blew down the telephone wires.
Uh-huh.
Everybody's conversation was laying around all over the ground.
And when this terrific wind died down?
Then it snowed.
Yeah?
Flakes was coming down as big as buckwheat cakes.
Say.
Yeah, it snowed steady for 2 whole weeks.
The snow must have covered everything.
Groundhogs was running around with divining rods, trying to find the holes.
Well, what happened when the snow stopped?
Then it turned cold.
Well, how cold was it?
Well, sir, my brother Luther St. Elbow Moody.
Yeah?
A 32nd degree Mason, he went down 10 degrees.
Did all of this snow and cold bother your cattle?
No. I had my cow all bundled up.
Bundled up, eh?
Yeah. Pulled over her horns, I had a big tam o' shanter.
Yeah?
Round her front legs, I wrapped some heavy Congress gaiters.
Good.
On the cow's back legs, I put an old pair of my fleece-lined pants.
Well, if your cow had pants on her back legs, how could you milk her?
I used to be a pickpocket.
Mr. Moody's in a rare mood this evening. Let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Mrs. Nussbaum, what is the worst storm you ever remember?
The first year I am married, sometime back.
Well, naturally. How bad was the storm?
Well, we were living in a tenement, the ground floor suite.
You liked it?
Liked it. The ground floor is convenient.
How come?
When I'm going shopping, I'm simply stepping out the window. I'm on the street.
Oh, I see.
Coming back, I'm stepping in the window.
Yes?
Europa, I am home.
And on the day of the storm?
I'm stepping out the window and going to the movie.
Uh-huh.
I'm seeing 3 double features, 1 newsreel, also surprise, a preview.
Yeah?
The zombie is giving it good to Frankenstein.
And while you were in the theater, the storm started, eh?
I'm coming out the streets with snow as mountains.
You set out for home?
Well, first I'm stopping by Max the Delicatessen buying cold cuts.
Uh-huh.
On Wednesdays, my husband Pierre is liking cold cuts.
A gourmet.
Every time.
Well, after buying the cold cuts, you came right home?
I'm walking on top of the snow. I'm stepping in the window. I am home.
And then?
I'm fixing up the cold cuts and sitting down to wait for my husband Pierre.
Uh-huh.
Then it is happening.
What?
A man is stepping in the window.
Yes?
I'm coming from behind and kissing him.
Yes?
The man is turning around.
And?
Yeah, it is not Pierre.
Not Pierre? You were in the wrong apartment?
The snow is so deep, I'm stepping in a window 3 flights up.
Well, what happened?
Luckily, the stranger is liking cold cuts. We are eating dinner.
Well, here we are at the end of the alley with Mr. Cassidy, I imagine, waiting as usual. Well, Ajax, what is the worst storm you ever remember?
Hey, boy, that was back in '11.
'11.
I was a young bucko working in New York City as a mounted policeman.
A mounted policeman?
Well, now, the day of the storm, the devil was in me.
Yes.
Up 6th Avenue, I come galloping, side saddle.
A mounted policeman riding side saddle?
Oh, I was handing the street cleaners a laugh.
Oh,
You know, I'm backing me horse into windshields and she's making her tail go like a wiper.
I see.
When I arrive at me post, 57th Street, the snow starts coming down.
Uh-huh.
Oh, at 2 o'clock, the snow is up over me horse's withers.
Yes?
At 3 o'clock, it's up over mine.
God.
At 5 o'clock, I'm under the snow entirely. Only me eyes is peeping out.
Yes?
Well, all at once, I seen a big lump coming under the snow.
Yes?
The lump pulls over to the curb.
You mean the lump?
It's a car. The driver is parking his lump next to a hydrant.
Well, what did you do?
Well, I got down off me horse. I'm in 8 feet of snow.
8 feet.
So I butter me way through and I give the car owner a ticket.
Well, how did you get back?
Well, I kept burrowing, feeling me way to the horse.
Fine.
Now, I can't find the stirrup, but I jump up on top.
Good.
All but me head is still under the snow.
Yeah?
I yell, giddy up, and I'm off.
On your way back to the stable.
Right, me boy, I come to 59th Street. Me horse won't turn. I'm yelling, whoa, Bridget, whoa, now, whoa, whoa. Bridget won't whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Whoosh, I go up Central Park West.
Yes?
Whoosh, I go up through Yonkers, through Mount Vernon. I come to Stamford. Whoa, I stop.
Say, your horse must have been exhausted.
What horse?
You mean that in that snow you hadn't gotten back on your horse?
I'd mounted the Boston bus. Goodbye,
Hey, If one of your New Year resolutions is to hear Al Goodman every Sunday, you're about to keep your resolution. Regardless of what the five DeMarco sisters sing, the great Al Goodman will play Good News.
Other night I saw my lucky star. Saw that new moon shining from afar. Saw a horse and he was milky white. So I know that things will be alright. Good news, you're about to do me good. Come right here, do me good news. Good news. You're what I've waited for. I wasn't ready for blue. Good news is welcome to me. Yes, it's welcome to me. So, Mr. Good News, you're about to do me good. Come right here, do me good news. Good news. You're about to do me good. Come right here, do me good news. Good news is welcome to me. Bad news is don't you come to me. So, Mr. Good News, you're about to do me good. Come right here, do me good. Good news, good news, good news, good news. Good news now.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen...
Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
There's a man here to see you. He's a Ford dealer.
A Ford dealer? Kenny, don't tell me we're fired already. Where is the man?
Why, he's right here, Fred. Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Well, sir, I'm certainly happy to meet you.
And I'm mighty happy to meet you, Mr. Allen. We Ford dealers are certainly glad you're working with us now.
Well, I like the way you say working with instead of for. That's what I want to do. Now, if you'll tell me what you want me to get across.
Well, Mr. Allen, if you can impress on all Ford owners...
Yes?
That it pays, it costs less to bring a Ford back home for service.
It pays to bring a Ford back home for service. I'll make a note of that.
That's the big point, I guess.
Uh-huh.
You see, we Ford dealers really know and understand Fords inside and out.
Say, you know, I may be able to get Portland to coin a phrase to express that. You know, something snappy like, your Ford dealer knows your Ford from A to Z.
Very good, Mr. Allen.
Uh-huh.
With your salesmanship and our down-to-earth know-how, I think we're going to get along fine.
Well, thanks a lot for dropping in.
So long, Mr. Allen.
Hey, nice. We have just previewed the first 8 bars of Dance Ballerina, played by Maestro Al Goodman and 25 musicians who, now that they're working for Ford, have stopped listening to Chrysler. Portland?
Yes?
Will you hand me that little book on the piano there, please?
This one?
Yes, it's John Steinbeck's new story, The Pearl.
The Pearl? Is it about an oyster?
Well, I don't really know. I haven't read it yet. It cost me 3 clams, I know that.
Why do oysters make pearls?
Well, who knows? I guess it gets pretty dull, shut up in those shells. Oysters probably make pearls just, to pass the time.
But it's so dark in their shells. How can oysters see what they're doing?
Well, they wait until night when the starfish come out. But look, I don't want to argue about oysters or Mr. Steinbeck's book either. I had enough trouble buying it.
Trouble? What happened?
Well, I'm glad you asked me. This would be a very short program if you hadn't said that. Well, Friday afternoon, I started out for the bookshop. Here we are, Chaucer Head Bookshop. Say, there's a picture of Rudy Valley in the window. They must be advertising that new book, The Money Man. Well, I'll go in. I wonder if this clerk is busy. Pardon me, miss.
Just a minute, sir. I'm waiting on this
Oh,
gentleman.
excuse me.
Miss, do you have that new mystery, the man whose face was on backward?
James Mason. James, what are you doing here at the mystery book counter?
I'm just looking around for ideas, Fred. I might find something I can use in my next picture.
Oh.
I've run across some fascinating crimes in this anthology.
Crimes?
Here's one. The fatal finger.
The fatal finger? What is that?
There's a murder.
Yeah?
The murderer hides in a pastry shop window under a pile of ladyfingers.
And the police catch the murderer?
Immediately.
Well, how?
When the police examine the pastry shop window...
Yes?
They notice that in among the ladyfingers...
Yes?
There is a man finger.
That is an unusual case.
These others are incredible. Here's one. The man with the glass chest.
Well, what is that?
The man has a glass chest.
Yes?
His wife looks in and sees that the man's heart has stopped beating.
His heart has stopped?
Yes, but his wife doesn't tell him.
And?
The man goes on living for 20 years after he's dead.
Say, these stories are unbelievable.
Now, look at this one. The canary with the neon beak.
The canary has a neon beak?
Yes, the canary flies around at night and puts its beak into keyholes.
Yes?
The neon beak lights up and the canary's owner can see to pick the locks.
Look, James. These plots are not for you. This stuff is for Mr. District Attorney or the mystery chef. You know. Look, if you want a real crime story, James, I have written...
No, thank you, Fred. I think I'll look around a little more.
Well, is that all you do here in New York, James? Try to find mystery plots?
No, Fred, I've been making some guest appearances on the radio. Last month I was on We the People.
We the Peoples? Hey, that must have been an experience.
It was, Fred. I met some weird characters.
What weird characters? Who was on the show?
Well, there was the midget mermaid.
A midget mermaid?
Yes, she was half girl and half sardine.
Fine.
There was a man who, because of the housing shortage, lived in a bass drum.
Lived in a bass drum? Say, his life must have been rather dull.
On the contrary, this chap got quite a bang out of it.
I can imagine.
The most incredible thing I saw was a man with 3 heads and 6 arms.
3 heads and 6 arms? He was on the program?
No, he was in the audience.
Probably the sponsor. What else have you been doing in your spare time?
Well, we had a rousing New Year's Eve, Fred.
We?
Yes. I spent New Year's Eve with my English friends, Basil Rathbone, Sir Cedric Hardwick, and Roland Young.
Oh, say, what did you four do, James?
Well, we had reservations at a little English place uptown, Ye Old Kipper-Copper Kettle.
Ye Old Kipper-Copper Kettle, huh?
We arrived promptly at 8:30, put on our paper hats and sat down.
Yes?
And at 11:30...
wait a minute. What did you do from 8:30 to 11:30?
Roland Young was telling a very humorous story.
It took 3 hours for Roland Young to tell a funny story?
No, it took 3 hours to explain the joke.
Oh. Roland was explaining the joke to you fellows?
No, we were explaining it to Roland.
Well, how did you make out?
Oh, finally, we broke it up. We're going to meet someday next week and laugh at it.
I see.
Promptly at midnight, I picked up my tin horn and blew a rousing blast.
Yes?
We raised our glasses and drank a toast.
To see the new year in?
To see Aubrey Smith.
Yeah, James, you went the entire swine.
Yes, Fred. And now that the holiday's over, I'm back trying to find a story for my new...
James, believe me, I have the perfect story for you.
What's it about?
Well, as I have written it, the picture opens with a fanfare.
J. Arthur Allen Pictures Limited presents James Mason in
The Psychopathic Speculator.
Or
He Made a Killing, but They Called It Murder.
My name is Percy Peters. Tomorrow I shall be hanged for murder. The newspapers will want my story. This is it. For years I've been a gambler, speculating in cotton, oil, wool, and recently grain. Things have been going badly. I owed £50,000. I had to have the money immediately. I conceived a plan that would make me a millionaire. On the night of December 10th, I was seated in the study preparing my strategy when Chung, my houseboy, entered.
Oh, dinner is served, Mr. Peters.
Later, Chung.
Oh, but the Chung make a special English blue plate. Beef and kidney chow mein, a bloater of subcom, mutton chop suey, everything piping hot.
I'm sorry, Chung, but I'm expecting Sir Hubert Hives, the bee baron.
Oh, Sir Hubert Hives.
Yes. Sir Hubert arrives. When he arrives, show him in immediately.
Very good, sir.
If this deal goes through, tonight I shall be a millionaire. Chung, how would you like to be a millionaire?
Not a Chinaman's chin. Chung now.
As I sat there, I went over my plan again in detail. It was perfect. I could wipe out my debt. All that stood between me and £1 million was Sir Hubert Hyde.
And I think it's Sir Hubert Hyde. Percy, old duck.
Sir Hubert, have you brought the bees?
Yes, they're outside in the bee crate, Percy. You can hear them in the hall. I shall open the door. There are 2 million of them.
Excellent, Sir Hubert, excellent.
Yes, oh boy, that'll be 1,000 guineas. I should like to be reimbursed immediately.
You'll have to trust me, Sir Hubert. I'll pay you next week.
I say, no money, no bees. Good night.
Sir Hubert, if you turn me down, I'll lose a fortune. You'll have to let me have those bees.
Over my dead body, Peters.
Very well, if that's the way you want it.
I say, Peters, put down that statue.
I hadn't meant to kill him. But I had to face the facts. Sir Hubert Hyde was dead and I was a murderer. Without those 2 million bees, I was lost. I had no choice. I had to brazen it out. I put Sir Hubert's bowler hat back on his head to cover the wound and propped him up in a chair. I placed the broken statue back on the mantel, threw the pieces into the fireplace, and picked up the telephone. Hello, give me the police.
Summoning all vehicles. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Proceed to Percy Peters' residence at Wickenham Terrace, Houndsditch. There's been foul play. Calling One Long Pan.
Greetings and shalom alaikum, kiddies. Detective One Long Pan, China J. Edgar Hoover on job. Children are fussing, are fighting. Long Pan get confession enlighten. Long Pan potential Burl Ives.
I say, Celestial, will you stop that infernal racket?
Who are you, Mr. Kibitzer?
I am Percy Peters, master of this house.
Very good, Mr. Peters. Nobody move. Who is that in chair anticipating? Not moving.
He was formerly Sir Hubert Hyde. He's dead.
Dead? Long Pan arrest you, Mr. Peters, for murder Sir Hubert Hyde. Long Pan work fast tonight.
This is ridiculous. Sir Hubert died from natural causes.
Why Sir Hubert died in chair and not on floor?
He was very neat.
Also has hat on.
He knew he was leaving.
Very good. Long Pan not horse around. Long Pan examine body. Oh, you see?
What?
Holy smoke, look at body's hand. Look at leg. Look at face. Sir Hubert, very lumpy.
Sir Hubert was always lumpy. He was a bee breeder.
Bee breeder?
Yes. Only tonight he brought me 2 million bees. They're here in the hall. I'll open the door.
He was 2 million bees.
Sir Hubert was obviously stung many times in the process of packing the bees. The accumulation of poison must have killed him.
You plenty glib, Mr. Percy Peters, but not fool a Long Pan. Why you catch him 2 million bees?
I'm very fond of honey.
Oh, exceptionally funny, but not true, Mr. Peters.
Evening, Mr. Peters.
Oh, woman in case. Long Pan cherchez la dame. But thicken.
Don't be absurd. This is Molly, the upstairs maid.
Molly, confidentially shot the doctor and the dumpy. You upstairs maid?
That's right.
Then what you do downstairs?
It's me night off. I'm just coming in.
Oh. Molly doesn't know anything, Long Pan. She wasn't even in the house.
Exactly. Long Pan, the next question trap you, Mr. Peters. Who was in the house?
Only Chung, my houseboy. I'll ring for.
Oh, very good. Long Pan grill Chung to fairly well.
Oh, you were ringing, Mr. Peter?
Chung.
Long Pan.
Oh, Long Pan, no see.
Yes, we didn't talk me so.
Oh, ting lo wo po.
Oh, if I didn't know, Mugu Gai Pan.
Mugu Gai Pan. Holy ma.
You two know each other?
Oh, Chung and Long Pan member same chapter. Anime Wong fan club. Formerly lawyer friend Jack Eigen.
Oh, yes.
If Chung is your friend, surely you couldn't suspect him.
Long Pan give Chung fast list, routine check. Oh, you see, you catch him on the mandolin coat. You see?
What?
Lewalawa. Lewalawa. Very good, Chung. You maybe explain Lewalawa?
Oh, very simply. Usually Wallawa prepare breakfast, Mr. Peter.
Use Lewalawa prepare breakfast.
Yes, that's right, Longpan. You see, I like my stereo shot from guns. That's the one he uses.
Holy smoke, this a gun loaded? Loaded with whiskey, Stone Point.
Well, Longpan, now are you satisfied?
Longpan seemingly baffled, but not for long. Longpan examined body. Something very suspicious.
Suspicious?
Sir Hubert sitting in chair, gradually growing taller.
Taller? But he's dead.
Sir Hubert suddenly have long forehead. Longer pan than long pan. Look at hat.
He always wore his hat high on his head.
But head 2 feet higher than when long pan first come in. Long pan check, you know. On the hat, Sir Hubert has jumbo-sized lump.
Probably inflicted by a jumbo-sized bee.
No, this lump are handmade, caused by blunt instrument.
You mean?
Long pan like you, Mr. Percy Peters, for murder Sir Hubert High.
Piffle, you say I killed Sir Hubert, but you haven't found a motive or a weapon.
Long pan soon find weapon. You see here on mantle, statue Lord Nelson, broken in two, half Nelson. Percy Peters break statue hitting Sir Hubert on medulla oblongata, blow fatal.
But why should I kill Sir Hubert?
You need 2 million bees, Mr. Percy Peters. You owe money. You catch them bees, you make fortune. You fessed up.
Yes, I was going to make millions. I got the idea when Petrillo put the ban on record. With 2 million bees, I would have enough wax to keep the jukeboxes in record for years.
But too late, Mr. Percy Peters. Confucius say, man who cannot get wax from bees, many times get wax from Johnson. Like man in incinerator, long pan, hot tonight. Hot tonight. So I want to thank James Mason for being with us tonight. And before we close up our Ford agencies for the evening, I'd like to tell you why it pays to bring your Ford back home for service. Frankly, I don't know a carburetor from a spark plug, but it does make sense to trust your car to the man who naturally knows it best. And, of course, Ford dealers know Ford's best. So when your Ford needs service, take it back home to your Ford dealer. Next week, our guests will be Miss Shirley Booth and Robert White. Thank you and good night. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.